welcome back everyone, welcome back to another edition of the Code for Giants Cup number 12, your bi-weekly dose of Brazilian StarCraft. I'm of course VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome everyone, welcome to, again, another week here of the Code for Giants Cup, and we are jumping into our first series of the night. We're jumping into a TVZ. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Hellfire. It is Yan G. Yeah. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Green Zerg representing Ximius Gaming. It is Claw. Here we go. Oh. Sorry, just quickly setting things up. But yes, welcome everyone, welcome again. For those that maybe have not tuned in before in the past, this is a tournament hosted by Cosmos. A big shout out to Cosmos. Cosmos, he is kind of the Brazilian caster out there. He's kind of like the wardy of the Brazilian scene, and he has been hosting this event for the past couple of months, almost from the beginning of the year. He's been doing his best here to help support, help fund, and really lift up the Brazilian scene. So exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is stacked, the bracket is live. Plenty of players here, of course. We are missing some though. Unfortunately, this week there is no Eric, my boy. Got a lot of love for Eric, of course, one of the CranKy Ducklings, but alas is not here this week. He is the previous edition's champion, but won't be here to reprise his role, unfortunately. But we have plenty of other amazing players. We have Protoss, we have Terran, we have Master, we have Yan, we have Kamikaze, we have Inexorable. Plenty of amazing competitors. Regardless, we're settling in. We are going to be settling in. If you're in the chat, predictions should now be closing here. If you want to get your gamba going on who you think will claim the series, should be wrapping up by the time you hear this message. And I have never casted Claw before, so I'm ready to be introduced. Again, Yan, he's going to be coming in as one of the heavy favorites to take the entire tournament. We'll see if Claw can slow him down. We'll see if he can. As for now, Hatchigas Pool standard opener out of our Zerg player. Likewise, Yan going for a Rax expand. So far, everything's looking normal. Everything's looking as it should. If you're curious, Yan, he's a much younger player. I mean, I say that we were casting Yan back when he was, what, like 15 years old. Nowadays, a little bit older. Like, what, 18, 19, 20 at this? No shot. Has it been that long? no shot. Around like 18, 19 years old at this point. So has you know, gotten older, gotten wiser, gotten better as a player. And again, we'll see how he compares to more of an up-and-comer like Claw. But now Reaper dipping in. We'll be catching a drone here on the low ground. Not bad, one worker going down. Already more than what should have happened. Going for a second drone. Doesn't quite get it. Does force back. It does force a sport trick. At least the worker does survive. Reaper gets out. Claw taking a third base. Claw just settling in, droning up, and establishing himself. Did lose a worker, so a rougher start for the Zerg player. And Yan doesn't get eyes on the third base. Does get eyes on the third. I see in the chat. Good to see everyone else in the chat as well. If you ever need us, good morning. Good to see you all. So settling in for a nice morning of StarCraft as well. As he comes back in, he wants another drone. He wants it, and it looks like he will get it. Yeah, the Spore is denied. Late reaction at the Claw. Yan popping off here in the early game, going for a third drone. Doesn't quite get the third. Thankfully, Queen is in position. Reaper is going to be shut down as Link Speed kicks in. I say that Yan, he wants another worker. Oh, he wants it. We get he gets it as well. Looking at the insult tab, 3 worker kills. Claw, he responds with gases with the Roach Horn. I do actually like this response. Now that the Reaper has gone down, because we've lost so many workers, it might just be worth to double down, to commit, to go for an all-in. Instead, we're going for a Roach Rush. Yan is in the dark, but he's moving out with those Hellions. He is moving up. Behind this, going for Liberator Harass as well, not Banshee. Delayed third TC, so because this Yan is going to have that much more to work with. A later expansion, much more aggressive follow-up. Hellions have arrived, and they confirm lack of saturation at the third base. That isn't the biggest of tells, and we can see that Claw, he's backing up more Lings, and soon to be backing up Roaches as well. Here we go. As Ling Roach is amassing, Meanwhile, Yen back at home going for a third TC. Hellions they poke in. And I believe Yen, he still has not seen enough yet. Does spot the Lings though. Does spot them. Headed towards the natural. Roaches are revealed. At least the first wave of Roaches. Lings are moving out across the map for that counter attack. And here we go. It's all or nothing for Claw. Morphing in 5 Ravagers. Hellions, they do bypass the main army. They go for the mineral line. And drones are getting roasted. We have a Liberator in the main base. We have Hellions here at the natural as well. 8 drone kills already. And this is crippling damage. At the same time, Lings are across the map. Back at home, not much to defend. Only 2 Marines. And the Lings, they're busting through. Claw, send it. Send everything across the map. He busts in. He breaks through the front door. 2 Marines here to defend. The boys are being pulled. So far, good damage here by Claw. The Roach Ravager's still on the way. More reinforcements have arrived, and Marauder as well. It's going to be 10 SCV kills. Ravagers are making their way in. And Claw, he can still pull this off. Oh, the Marauder putting in a lot of damage to the back line. One of those Ravagers does go down. At the same time, Claw still being held up. And where are the reinforcements? Again, we're down to 2 Ravagers. The tank has arrived. Roach is being held up as well, and it looks like Yen, he's barely holding on. He lost 27 SCVs, but he has 3 orbals. He has triple mules available. He can recover. He can rebuild. Speaking of mules, the mule hammer is real. And Yen, he's rebuilding his economy. He survives. He forced back the Roach Ravager. And as the dust settles, we have a comparable worker count, actually. We have 24 drones against 26 SCVs, but there are mules on top of that. Yen, speaking of mules, even more mules, Yen does have better economy. And Claw is in trouble. He's stuck re-droning, resaturating. Link counterattack, but the last are tanks. There's Marines. And Yen holds. Yen does survive. And back at home, where do we go from here? For now, at least, Claw is just droning. He's droning up, but the problem is that we're on hashtag. It's 7 minutes into the game and no lair. There's no lair, there's no Bailey Nest, no upgrades, no Evo Chambers. 1-1 now starting up here for Yen. The mules, they continue. And Yen is soon to snowball out of control. Right now, Claw, he has to either work on a second all-in or be as greedy as possible, take a 4th expansion, take up into lair, take gases, and take chances. Just catching up with chat. What we'll do without the kangaroo? No. Yeah, good to see you all in the chat. See Lade's Chrononaut, Ino War as well, Frost, Nikachu. If you ever need us, good morning. So we go Yen, he moves out now with a massive counter attack. That's a lot of Marines. We have 3 tanks, we have a Marauder, we have Sustain. And Claw's in trouble here. No Ravagers remaining, so he can't bow down the tanks. And Yen, he's going to be able to stim in. The Queens are being targeted down. There's 1 transfuse available, but even then the Queen does fall. And yeah, he can just snowball from here. We'll target down every single Roach. Boys being pulled into Marines. You hate to see it, no? Drone's going to be going down. GG, well played. And Yen will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A solid game 1 there out of Yen. I'm going to say that, I mean, the defending against the all-in was quite risky. It was definitely a tense moment that could have gone either way. A lot of damage was being dealt, a lot of economic damage, but if you recall, because Yen had triple orbital, didn't really matter too much. He could very quickly recover and stabilize, at least economically. Claw had to end the game with that push. Alas, did cripple the economy, but again, not enough. Not enough damage. GG, well played. Yen will take game 1, but now we can get ready for game number 2. And I want to believe that potentially Claw can cause an upset. Could pull it off. We shall see as we're getting ready for that second game. After this series, we can go over the brackets and try to catch up on everything that's been going on. Try to catch up on the players, the matchups, and any other results as well. Here we go. We are loading into game number 2. It's going to be on Oceanborn. Gonna be loading in. Here we go. Also, I believe Cosmos is also casting in Brazilian. I think he's covering his own series. Not too sure where he is. I can hazard a guess based on the first round matches. We'll get there, we'll get there. But now, though, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Hellfire. It is Yan. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Green Zerg player, representing Eximius Gaming. It is Claw. Here we go. And again, honestly, not too bad of a performance out of Claw in that last game. He did do a lot of damage. Again, he killed, what, over 20 SCVs. He was able to break and bust into the natural. Like, damage was being done. Unfortunately, just because of the Hellion run by and the Liberator Harasser was being dealt at the same time, it just wasn't enough. So we'll see how Claw will approach this time in Game 2. For now, hatch first. It is going to be a hatch first opener. We saw in the last game, the initial Reaper opener did get 3 drone kills, so it was a very strong start for Yan. I would not be surprised if that's also what triggered the all-in from Claw. And this time we'll see if we see something similar, if Claw has a bit of a tighter, bit of a more crisp opener instead to survive the early game. And we're going to even see a more even back and forth mid game. We shall see. So now we're settling in. SCV's got moving out across the map. CC on location. And here comes that first Reaper. So far, everything looking as it should. Everything looking standard. Nothing wild yet. Although this will come down to the control here of Claw. Will be taking his third. SCV opts not to deny the expansion. So the third base should be taken. Reaper's on the way. And as a reminder, last game Yan did open up 1-1-1. He did go for a delayed third base just to be that much more aggressive. See if he does it again. This Reaper has arrived, dancing with the Lings, going for the drone. Oh! Doesn't quite get it. Worker taking a lot of hits. At the same time, Claw can expand. There's that third. Third base is on the way, 1 lane goes down, but no drone kills. This time a much cleaner defense out of Claw. Much cleaner. I'm actually curious, I didn't notice last game, but did Claw skip his Lings last game? That could be a big reason as to why so much damage was being dealt. So this time, we're good. We're solid. This time we're okay. Meanwhile, back at home, Yan once again going 1-1-1. We saw last game this led into Hellion Liberator, as there was a Liberator harassing in the main base. Hellions towards the natural. We'll see if he does the same, or if he goes into Banshee instead, or even or even BC. For a second there, I was like, would we? It's possible. I mean, he's going double Marine first, no add-on, which means this most likely will not be Banshee. Otherwise, we'd see a Tech Lab for an add-on swap. And okay, it's going to be Hellion Liberator. Same opener as Game 1. Here's the same opener. Again, moving out. Ooh, does bypass the Queens, goes straight for the mineral line. And drones are getting roasted. Oh, yeah, 4 workers going down. They're lighting up. No! No, they stack! Oh, they stack at the natural. Insane Hellion shots going off. 10 drones go down. And that's a little bit too much here in this early on in the game, in this kind of game state. 10 drone kills. Oh my god. Overlord goes down across the map, checking the vision. Claw did see the starport already done, saw the lack of Tech Lab. Liberator should be on the mind here of Claw. But really rough start. Liberator moves out. I believe the Overlord may have caught a glimpse of it. Spores are on the way. You know, Spore in the natural, Spore in the main, and a Spore at the third. And Claw will have Queens to defend, but because he lost so many drones earlier, he's lacking Lings. Lings are lacking here for the Zerg. attempting to re-drone. Hellions looking for another way in. Liberator into main. And you can see no Lings. Yeah, without any Lings, the Hellions, they just have free reign of the bases. They ignore the Queens. They head into the mineral line once again. And this is going to be game-ending damage here, or critical damage. 10 drone kills earlier, now 13. Liberator still wreaking havoc. Heating up some of the larva. Another drone falls. Aliens being forced back. And that was how many? That was 16 worker kills. That's 26 drone kills in total. 26 drones, an Overlord, a Queen, 5 Lings. Oof, and just like that, Yan, he has a massive economic lead. He's got the worker lead, he's got the mules as well. Third TC is done. Orbital's on the way. And this time, Yan, he defends against the Ling counterattack. He is ready back at home. He's fully walled up, producing more Marines. Hellions being popped out, and yeah, I mean, Yan looking just quite secure. Looking secure. Meanwhile, Claw, from here, macroing is going to be difficult. I would not be opposed to Claw going for an all-in, like a 2.5 base all-in or a 3 base all-in, but macroing here, it's even amongst pro players, after losing that many workers, it's a hard thing to do. Now, he is going just for the 1 Evo chamber. Baneling S is now done. Lair has completed as well. From here, we can go into Baneling speed. Interesting, going into roaches. Okay, that I was not expecting, considering how little gas Claw has. So, interesting choice. Claw going for a 4th base, now taking his gases here at the 3rd and the natural. He's taking all his gases. And unfortunately, Claw's being hyper greedy. He's being as greedy as possible. And what that means is that Claw doesn't really have an army. This is Claw's army. He has Lings across the map. And here comes the Hellbat follow-up. 4 Hellbats, Mass Marine, Stim is done. Combat Chills +1 is finishing up in a couple of seconds. Queens are getting caught out. Lings, they cannot engage. We need Banelings. And there just aren't any. 0 Banelings to defend. I mean, there's nothing to defend. Roach production has begun. And Yan, he can just walk into the 3rd. And the boys being pulled away, they get caught out. Oh my god. 18 more drone kills, and Yan, it looks like he has broken the 3rd base and broken the back of Claw. Again, a lot of this came down to the Hellion run by earlier, to the insane critical damage. 26 drone kills from the harass. It was just far too much. Just far too much, far too early on. And it led into this kind of game state. Banelings have arrived, they take down a couple of these Hellbats. But what about the Marines? As they can just target down the final Banelings. One does connect. The Marines are low. But alas, there's still just too many. They focus on the Roach as they head towards that. Well, they killed the 3rd base, going for the 4th as well. The army is overstimmed, but it's fine. Yan can still hold his own. Meanwhile, across the map, the 3rd base is done. The 4th is on the way. Long distance mining. Yan looking quite comfortable. And has been macroing up, rebuilding, just remaxing here with Marine, with Widowmine, getting into 2-2. Claw technically survives, but he's stuck on a 1.5 base economy. He's stuck with barely an economy to sustain himself. He's producing some roaches. 24 Lings on the way. Technically, if Yan were to maybe be a little bit too greedy and, like, I don't know, make extra expansions, extra CCs, if his macro was slipping, then maybe Claw could take a fight, especially with Banelings, but alas, Yan, he's not stopping. he's not slowing down. Not giving Claw any time to breathe. There we go, Yan. He stims in once again, going for the 3rd base, going for the roaches, knocks them down. Banelings are finishing up. But GG gets called. Well played, and Yan will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Yan will take the series. But a shout out to Claw, because what I will say, game 2 was more one-sided. That's true. Game 2 was more one-sided, but Game 1 was close. Game 1 was quite close. We saw that Claw was able to deal critical damage himself as well. It was a little bit more back and forth, or much more back and forth compared to Game 2, so not bad. Not bad at all. Considering that Claw is more of an amateur player, and Yan is a GM, considering that kind of skill disparity, or even MMR disparity, Claw was able to hold his own. GG, well played. Best of luck to Claw in his endeavors at improving and maybe even playing in the next tournament, but a shout out to Yan as he does advance on into the next round. And the question becomes, who's up next? The question becomes, what updates do we have in the bracket as we head on over and switch our scenes? Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Ooh, we do have some updates. Okay, from the top here. Let's zoom in. Beautiful. Okay, from the top, we have Master. Master, he is one of the best Protoss players in Latin America. For a time, he was number 1. He was the best Protoss in Latin America. Nowadays, I would say he's top 2. He's top 2 alongside Shakti. Shakti, I would say after the past couple of months of performances, Shakti is the number 1 Protoss player in Latino America. Master is number 2. But I mentioned before, there are some missing players this week. There's no Eric, and there's no Shakti. So the number 1 Zerg, the number 1 Protoss as well, those top 2 players are absent this week. Which means, without Eric and Shakti, that opens things up for potentially a very different kind of finals, and it does allow these other players to shine that much more. So we're missing Shakti, we're missing Eric, we have Master at the top of the bracket. Master should be the number 1 seed. Scrolling down, we have Manteca. We have Ares, we have Dorminoco as well, that is Sleepy, alongside Ares, the Brazilian Terran player. Scrolling down, we have Inexorable, of course, again, advanced on to the quarterfinals. Scrolling down to the lower half, we have Inexorable, waiting for the winner of El Diablo and Arkids. Currently mid-series, we have Kid versus Byhammer, Byhammer Fall. We have Kamikaze versus Allison. Let's go. Allison takes down his opponent 2-0 in the first round. Now up against Kamikaze. Allison is a top Protoss player, and honestly, that's a hard one to call. Allison versus Kamikaze, that could go either way. I would not be surprised if that goes to the ace match. Winner goes up against Tatagiba. We were able to see Tatagiba yesterday. He did go to the ace match against Pig in the open tournament in the Stego Monday Cup. So my eyes are definitely going to be on Tatagiba to have a good performance. Is a Zerg player. And yeah, in general, the bracket is slowly progressing. Honestly, my eyes are going to be on Ares versus Dorminoco. That is a TVZ. Ares known for being more of a mech player in that matchup. Dorminoco being, I would say, the number 1 Zerg player in the bracket at the moment. I think I would go as far as to say that Dorminoco, he's top 2 Zerg in Brazil. Number 1 is Eric. Number 2 would be Dorminoco. I think number 3 might be Mantequilla might be number 3. I'm uncertain how he compares to Tatagiba. Uncertain. But the bracket is underway. And I'm curious as to where Cosmos is. Quickly checking. He's casting Thick Beams. Who's that? Oh, right. Okay, there we go. He's casting the first round match. Winner goes up against Master. Okay. But I would love to jump into either Dorminoco versus Ares or the winner against Yan. But I actually don't know if they're here. I did notice that they weren't here at the start of the tournament. But I'm hoping they're here for this second round. Oh, I might have a series. Okay. Looks like I do have a series here. Beautiful. Okay, so I mentioned before that Kamikaze versus Allison would be a close one, and we have them. It is going to be a fresh series. They are currently in game, or getting ready for game 1, and their series is available Again, I still have my eye open for Dominoko versus Ares, but alas, I don't know if they're even mid-series, so I don't know if it's wise to kind of like wait for them and try to catch them if they're not there. So I'm a little bit concerned. So we'll be hopping over. Right, when it comes to the Terran representation, there's quite a lot actually. Yan, Inexorable, and Kamikaze, they're all comparable in skill. I think I will say that Inexorable and Yan are a little bit more favored. Kamikaze, he is more of a meching player from at least my understanding, from what we've casted at least. And I do think that he is a little bit more of an underdog, but he has potential. Definitely has potential to go far here in this tournament. And this series here as well is going to be a hard one to call. It is going to be difficult. As we are getting ready for the TVP. It looks like our players are asking for a couple of minutes though. They're asking for a bit of time, which is understandable. Before we jump in. And again, if you want to tune into the upper half of the bracket, Cosmos is going to be casting Thick Beams versus PWT, leading into Master. Here we go. Meanwhile, we're jumping into game number 1. It's catching up in the chat. Yo, shout out to Claw, let's go! I just noticed. Claw's in the chat as well. Ah. He better be. I see Inexorable in the chat. Who's your favorite player by nickname here? And tell me why it is Thick Beams. Thick Beams, he better only make Colossus and Void Rays. Better only have the thickest of beams. But here we go, we're jumping into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Ximi's Gaming. It is Kamikaze. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Hellfire. It is Allison, aka Aliga. Let us go. If you're in the chat, predictions should be opened. You can place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck as we are settling in from here. And again, I do think the series, or these two players, are quite comparable in skill. A part of me wants to give the edge to Allison, but again, I haven't casted too much of Allison in recent months, so it's kind of hard to call how they do compare. Meanwhile, Kamikaze, known for his mech, but is he willing to mech it up against Protoss? That is the question. That is the question. And so now Kamikaze is scouting for proxies, checking on the right-hand side, making sure there are no shenanigans underway. And it is a double gas opener out of Kamikaze, going for a faster factory, going for faster tech. Likewise, Allison back at home, going for the Gate Cyber Expand. So far, so good. There's that factory a little bit further back, just to make sure it's hidden from any kind of scout. Now we can embrace our TVP. Meanwhile, we can see Allison doing the same as we saw from Kamikaze, just scouting towards the northern side of the map, looking for any stray proxy. Both players being very careful. See in the chat. For once I didn't show up at the end of the tournament. Let's go! Good to see you, Pappy. Good to see you. The doctor is in. As the Reaper does move out, and Allison is going for a Robo Opener. Interesting. A bit of a more niche build. We rarely see Robo Openers nowadays at the competitive level. You see them every now and then. A couple of months ago, this was very trendy amongst the Korean Protoss players, but did kind of fall off. and we'll see how Allison does incorporate this. Now, typically, when it comes to our tech of choice in this matchup for, oh my god, never mind. I was gonna say, for Protoss players, you have the Robo Opener, you have the Twilight Council, and the Stargate, of course, as well. Robo Opener usually leads into Fast Colossus, can lead into a Bay, into Colossus production, but that's a Robo into a Twilight Council. Very intriguing. This could be the beginning of a 2-base all-in, especially if we go into Immortal production early on. The Observer's on the way for detection. But I'm curious to see if we do start early Immortals, if we go into a War Prism, and what is done with the Twilight Council. It's going to be charge. Okay. We are rushing into charge here for Allison. Meanwhile, at the same time, Kamikaze did open up a reactor to Reaper Hellion. His goal here is to get economic damage, heading into the natural. Boys are being pulled. The Hellions! Ooh, the probes are lining up. Hellion shots going off as well. Probes are going down. Nice around here with the workers. So that's going to be 6 probe kills on the Reapers. They bust into the main base. They scout the tech. They scout the Robo, the Twilight Council, the research. They get even more damage done, denying so much mining time. 7, soon to be 8 probe kills. 9 probes going down. 10 workers. Ay, not like this. 10 probes full. 10 probes full, and just like that, Kamikaze takes a massive economic lead. Back at home, he's setting up. A bunker is done. Tanks are on the way. Now Kamikaze just has to survive the counterattack. Ooh, does rally his Cyclone into the natural, though. A little bit brutal. Allison juggling in. Attempting to chase down the Cyclone. Cyclone will survive. More Zealots are reinforcing. It's going to be 3 gates in total. More Zealots are coming in. And back at home, Kamikaze does not have a full wall. Does have some Sim City, but is lacking much of an army. Here we go. It's going to be all or nothing here for Allison. Charge is done. Going for another round of reinforcements. Can Allison break the natural? Ooh, Kamikaze thinks it's Blink. Does believe it's Blink. The tank is in the main. Bunker in the main base as well. This army out of position. Allison instead does actually go into the main as well. Okay. Fortunate for Kamikaze. Zeal's dropping in, going for the tank. Bunker's empty. Prism goes down, and no more reinforcements. Boys are being pulled. And Kamikaze will clean this up. Not without losing a handful of SCVs. I say a handful, that's going to be 6, 7, oh my god, 10 SCVs going down. Zealots, they wreak havoc. The bunker is full of workers, not Marines. Oh, a bit of a messy defense here out of Kamikaze. Very scrappy. 11 SCVs go down. The Zealots, they do well. Now they head towards the natural. More SCVs falling. Ay. And this is getting out of hand. More Zealots on the way. Warping in 3 at a time. Observer gets away, does avoid the Marines. Stim is done. But Allison, not too bad. Gets another worker. Denies any kind of mining at the natural. Behind this, Allison has been probing up. There's the Bay on the way for Fast Colossus. Blink as well. Soon to be a 3rd. And +1 is going to be denied. Allison, he's popping up. Up! They should be able to bring it down. He gets us around. That's a deny. That's a cancel on +1. And Kamikaze stuck on a 1 base economy. Ay. Prism goes down. And from here, Allison, he's running away with this. He's getting fully saturated on 2 bases, getting a 3rd expansion as well. Allison is vulnerable to an all-in, is what I will say. But Kamikaze is taking a 3rd CC. That's a 3rd base on the way for Kamikaze. He is going for a longer, later game. His macroing up, going for a single Marine drop. Stim is done, alongside combat shields. And Allison doesn't have the most amounts of anti-air. He has a couple of Stalkers. Has a Colossus. So the drop can slip in. Gets eyes on the 3rd. Kamikaze is aware. Kamikaze does step in, gets a probe, gets a kill on the shield battery, not bad. Dropping into the main. Let's drop into the main base, is denied. Hassan will be able to defend, does hold, getting up to 2 Colossus. I still will favor Allison in this position. Again, still has a greater economy. Has quite an army to work with as well. With 2, soon to be 3 Colossi. Extend the Lance almost done as well. And the Kamikaze behind this is trying to recover. Third base on the way. Still on 37 workers. Still can barely sustain himself. Really, I'm just waiting for the moment for Allison to move out. And he should be pushing with 3 Colossi. Like, that's kind of like the sweet spot here for Protoss. Is that triple Colossus timing? Drop him in. Up! Drop is denied. Still at least poses a threat and will keep some supply pinned back in the main. There's a gateway explosion. That's a lot of gates. That's a lot of gateways to work with. Aye, aye, aye. Do we have a Warp Prism? Not yet. Okay, so we're still waiting for the Warp Prism to reinforce. 4th Colossus? Okay. Okay, calm down, Allison. Calm down. I mean, we are supply blocked, but a 4th Colossus on the horizon. I don't see Allison moving out without a Warp Prism, so still being more defensive. There it is. Prism's on the way. Does cancel the Colossus, thankfully. Was a bit overkill. Meanwhile, Kamikaze going for a double drop there. Cannons in position. Cannons are ready for this. They'll buy time. I will allow Allison to respond. Cannons will go down. Allison can snipe the medevacs. Gets one. Denies the other. Does it away. At the same time, dropping the main base. Doesn't pull the trigger yet. But here comes the move out. It's a massive warping of Zealots. The Prism has the right to reinforce. And Kamikaze has to do whatever he can to buy time. Drop into the natural, forces a response out of the main army. Does rotate back. Likewise, we can still drop into the main. And the Kamikaze is fortifying himself. We have a decent minefield. We have some Sim City here with the depots. Vikings are amassing. The more Vikings, the better here against 3 Colossi. Here comes Allison's move out. And Kamikaze, is he ready for this? No bunker here at the 3rd. Oh. No bunkers. The Widow Mines have potential for damage. True. That's going to be a lot of Zealots. 25 Zealots diving in. The drop moves out. Now is not the time. Well, they slowly work their way through the wall. Zealots, they dive in. Widow Mine shots going off. Decent mine shots. And the choke point doing well. The Colossus are stuck attacking the depots. He just wasted DPS. Kamikaze's holding. Very nice hold. Going for a counter drop. Allison reinforcing with Stalkers. Pushing in. Denies the 3rd. And the Kamikaze does not turn around. He's crazy. He commits across the map. Trying to force a recall, I would imagine. Saves most of his SCVs. 3 SCVs go down. And Allison does recall. Does decide to recall back home. Ooh, gets a full medevac. Kamikaze can re-expand and has to set up his SimCity once again. Has been able to recover economically. I mean, look at the worker count. 56 to 57. The drops are still active. Headed towards the main. Forcing a defensive warp in. Allison being kept back at home. Being kept busy. But moving out once again. Like, Allison still has a terrifying army. And can still break through this. Zealots are on the way. Down to 2 Colossus. But this time there's that much less to defend. This time there's no Widow Mines. This time there's less SimCity. Oof. Boys being pulled away. same time, Kamikaze simming into the third, but there's an army in position. Allison this time is ready for it. Allison is willing to commit here into the natural. The boys are being pulled. It's going to be a last-ditch effort. The Vikings, they will shut down the Colossus at least. Decent force field. Colossus go down. Vikings, they can land. Kamikaze can take the fight. He comes in for the surround. Not bad. Takes down the Colossus. Takes down most of the Stalkers. But it did come at a cost. At the cost of 20 SCVs. Kamikaze's all in. It's all or nothing at this point. And he needs to send it across the map. There we go. Just pulling all the boys from the main. All the SCVs are being pulled. And the longer this goes on, the worse it becomes for Kamikaze. We gotta send it. Send it, Pappy. On the high ground to Colossus, Disruptor production has begun. Disruptors are on the way. There's also going to be a force field. Oh. Unable to force field the ramp. Prism goes down. Vikings going for the Colossus. SCVs tanking some shots. Bio Army trading well, but alas, SCVs are going down. And Zealous, they collapse on top of the Bio. And Allison's going to be able to completely clean this up. GG, well played. Allison takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. An intense back and forth. There was some good moments for both players. Likewise, an impressive defense by Kamikaze. But alas, Allison was able to snowball out of control with those Colossus, with that initial push towards the third. Kamikaze, unfortunately, was just unable to buy time, unable to really hold on against it. Even before that, though, there was just this wild initial zealot aggression from Allison, and Kamikaze just did misread the situation. If you remember, Kamikaze was ready for Blink Stalkers, when really it was a charge lot push instead. Was able to bust into the main base, get on top of the tank, was able to get on top of the bio before they could dive into the bunker, and GG. GG, well played. Allison does take a lead in the series, but now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. Someone asking in the chat, both Allison and Kamikaze, they're around GM, I will say. So they do lie, but here we go. We're getting into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Zimi's Gaming. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Kamikaze. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Team Hellfire. It is Allison. A literal Kamikaze mission. True. I mean, it was all or nothing, and after what occurred in game 1, Kamikaze is looking to spice it up here in game 2 with the proxy. Let's go. The ranks has been placed. An interesting location. It is further back than I would expect, so I'm curious if Kamikaze is planning to go for a proxy 1-1 or for even a proxy Marauder build, as 2 gases are being taken back at home. Yeah, we'll see how committed Kamikaze plans on being with this. We shall see. Now, if you recall, last game, we saw that Allison was very adept when it came to scouting for proxies, especially at the third base locations. And the probe will confirm, no shot, does head towards the right hand side and will actually come across the proxy ranks. Allison does spot this. Alas, is still rallied across, but at least Allison is aware. And Allison might set up his own proxy to counterattack even. This Kamikaze does check. I mean, the building SCV may have spotted the probe. He's looking for the, yeah, he's looking for the worker. Looking for the counter proxy pylon. It's gonna be Reaper. Reaper's on the way. Factory back at home. So this is going to be just some light aggression out of Kamikaze. It's not a committed all-in or anything like that. There's no, you know, eBay block. There's no bunker yet on the low ground either. And there it is. Okay, it's going to be Reaper into Marauder. I assumed it was going to be Marauder first, if you recall. But yeah, just goes for the Reaper first, just to hunt down the probe and to deny the scout. Reaper is revealed. Probe goes down. Allison opening up Robo on one base. Very defensive setup here on Allison. You could argue overly defensive. You can definitely expand and then go for a Robo behind it. But this should be for early Immortal production. So Allison taking this very seriously. As the starport is also going to be proxied. So Kamikaze going for a one base all in. Allison going for a one base defense. Shield battery is done. You can see Allison playing very carefully. Very scared. Robo's done. And there's the Immortal. Ooh, we are supply blocked though. Okay, just for a moment. Immortal's on the way. Shout out to Scar in the chat. Papi, obrigado. Thank you so much for the support, as always, I know that we've been interacting a little bit less ever since the off-season of EPT was announced, but gracias. Thank you so much for the 30 months of support. Much appreciated. Fala galera, papi. Fala galera. Here we go, Marauders. They are amassing. Likewise, Proxy second Rex. Medevacs on the way. Again, it is a one-base all-in. Even Cyclones as well, a bit of a kitchen sink. We have Marauders, we have Cyclones, Concussive Shell, Medevacs, second Rex. It's all coming together. And again, Allison did stay on one base, which I'm a little bit concerned by, but now is expanding. I would love to see a forward shield battery. There's a shield battery in the middle line, but no shield battery here on the low ground, not yet. The army is spotted. Can Allison hold? It's going to come down to the force fields. So far, so good. Nice juggling, though. Kamikaze does save the Marauder. Takes down one of the Cyclones. But the sentries go down. And Allison just cannot contend against this. Not without a shield battery. You can see Allison being dragged out into the open. Honestly, I feel like Kamikaze can engage. He can fight this. He can fight this head on. Stalker being forced back. 3 stalks in total. Still no shield battery. Get us a shield battery, baby. We can get it on the low ground with the pylon. Kamikaze getting forced back. Allison buying time, holding. I'm still concerned about the lack of shield battery, not gonna lie. Love to see one. Natural being saturated. Army is revealed. Allison, bleeding out one of the stalkers. A second stalker as well. Oh. And we see why. No shot as Allison is disconnecting. Now is not the time. But that was very unfortunate. That disconnect did mean that those 2 stalkers died for free. And I would not be opposed to rehosting. And even rehosting like a couple of seconds before the disconnect, because those stalkers should not have died. And every unit does count in this game state. Every unit does matter. So unfortunately, it looks like we're gonna have to, unless Allison comes back. I mean, even if Allison comes back, I feel like we should rehost. There was also no fight that was happening 5 seconds ago as well, so I do think that would be fair. And Allison does time out, so unfortunately, just some connectivity issues. Whether it's the internet going down or even the power going down, which did occur last edition as well. Not for Allison, but for some other players. Does happen from time to time. Unfortunately, it's just something out of our control, and hopefully Allison Hopefully everything's okay, and hopefully Allison can continue to compete. Of course, there is a timer. Oh. And yeah, it sounds like the power went down. So the power went out at Allison's home. Is letting us know. Feels bad, man. So we'll have to wait for Allison to come back to us. We'll have to wait. Thanks for casting this tournament. Always, Asuka, always. De nada, de nada. But yeah, we will need some time to get things going. So we're going to be going on a short break, and hopefully we can resume the series, and hopefully there is no walkover. You know, hopefully there's no walkover here, and Allison is able to, you know, bring everything back. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Until then, take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, go to the bathroom, and come back to us here in a couple of minutes for the remainder of the series. We're coming back. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Looks like Allison has returned to us, and we are resuming from replay. We are recovering the replay as we speak, so we can jump back in. Again, I'm hoping that we're going to be able to resume a couple of seconds beforehand, but we'll see. We'll see where we do spawn in as the players are hosting the lobby. And then we can jump back into that defense. Oh boy. Here we go, and alright, we are jumping back in. Alas, it looks like we did come back in a couple of seconds before, but yeah, both stalkers did still fall, so that is really unfortunate. That may cost Allison the game, losing those two stalkers. Just because that was because of the disconnect. Allison's gonna be diving in. Tank is gonna be targeted down. Prism falls as well. Oh my god. Yeah, you cannot break this location. Not into the tank, not into Liberator as well. The freedom is too much. Shield batteries on the way. But the shield battery, it's so delayed, no overcharge either, and Kamikaze snowballing out of control. He breaks through the Stalkers, gets on top of the expansion. Overcharge gets pumped, but the Immortal's out of range. It's out of range, GG gets called, and Kamikaze ties up the series. GG. Series gets tied up, but again, that was just really unfortunate. And it's something that's out of our control as well. The fact that you know, a player's power going out in that moment in the middle of a game, it's brutal. It kind of takes you out of the game. It interrupts your rhythm as well when you're competing, when you're kind of in the moment and in the zone. Yeah, so really unfortunate there for Allison, and hopefully everything's okay, and hopefully their power is able to be more stable. Hopefully no more disconnects. But that does mean that we're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. Here we go. Here we go. So we're getting into the ace match. And this morning, in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran, tying up the series last game with the one base all-in. And we'll see if he can keep the series going. We'll see if he can keep up that momentum. It is Kamikaze. For Eximius Gaming, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his banner. We have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Team Hellfire. It is Allison. Here we go. Tied up, and we're here in the ace match. It all ends in game 3. Once again, Kamikaze skirting around the edge of the map, and it looks like we are going for, okay, an eBay block. This time, not a proxy. The goal here is to avoid the probe scouts, slip into the natural, and deny the expansion. Here we go. As the SCV, I believe, should avoid the probe, and it does. Probe barely does not see, and the eBay has been thrown down. Now, the longer this eBay goes on without being scattered, the worse it becomes for Allison. If it does almost complete, then Allison is going to be forced to expand elsewhere, won't be able to take the natural, will be exposed as a result, will be vulnerable, as Allison's going to be stuck between 2 weird locations, the third and the main. Assuming that Allison doesn't proxy. And we are. The pylon has been placed, and Allison is opening up with cheese of his own. It's time to turn the tables, Pappy. Let's go. The tables are going to be turned. We do have a Zealot first here from Allison, followed by the Cybercore. With the Cybercore finishing up, this could be proxy Stargate, could be proxy Robo. Allison has options. Meanwhile, Kamikaze back at home, opening up double gas into a factory before CC. A very safe opener here. I say safe, meant to be an aggressive opener out of Kamikaze. And it is the proxy Stargate. Okay. Stargate has been placed. Ooh, Reaper is scouting towards the left-hand side. And the Reaper will come across the proxy. Massive scout here for Kamikaze. Does find the Stargate. Does find the gateway. Oof. And will shut down the probe. And from here, remember, because of the faster factory, that means faster Cyclone. And this proxy is going to be shut down. Adept is making his way across the map. Zealot as well. Allison does not force a cancel on the eBay. Allison's going for an all-in. He's going for the all-in. Do we go Void Ray? Is that the plan? Reaper gets owned back. And yes, Void Ray is on the way. Let's go. So proxy Void Ray out of Allison. With gateways to support, with reinforcements, it's going to be a one-base all, or it should be a one-base all-in from our Protoss player. And Kamikaze responds with one-base play as well. He's getting into a 1-1-1 tech lab on the factory. Interesting. That's going to lead into tank production. That won't help too much against the Void. Pylon gets placed, getting ready to throw down shield batteries. but Viking production has already begun. Like, this proxy Void Ray is delayed. You can see Allison trying to gain ground. Another gateway. Pylon on the high ground is denied. Cyclone production has begun. Getting ready for an add-on swap. Kamikaze going for a ninja base. Let's go. Going for top right. More Void Rays are amassing. Adepts as well. I'm not sure if this can be broken though. No, without shield batteries. Like, how do you shut down proxy Void Ray typically with Vikings? And we're about to have 3. 3 Vikings, 1 tank. 2 Cyclones as well. If Allison can maybe catch one of the Vikings on their own. Here we go, Allison's army is revealed. Into the depot. Viking shots going off, Void Ray's taking a lot of hits. You see how fragile they are. And there's no support on the ground, no stalkers, Void Rays are being hunted down. And I think that's just gonna be game. There's no way to break in. That's the problem. There's no way to bust into the main, and Kamikaze is expanding. Allison's still in one base. Nothing else behind this. A Void Rays got shut down. Allison trying to rebuild that Void Ray count. Now, we can see that there are no Vikings. There's only 3. Like, there's no additional Viking production. Interesting. Which means going back into Void Rays could actually work. To break this position. Marines are amassing. They're going to be vanilla Marines. E-base on the way. That'll be for turrets. Now, the goal here for Allison, if Allison can break through a depot and open up the main, then all the adepts can shade in. The adepts, they can shade in and they can kill the Cyclones, the tanks. They can shade on top of the tanks and focus them down. So there is potential if Allison can knock down the wall. There's going to be a big if. Phoenix on the way. Phoenix can lift one of the tanks. Oh, turrets in production though. Turrets on the way. Kamikaze macroing up. Saturating the mineral line. Saturating the ninja base, I should say, with mules at least. As we're going for a Viking drop. I mean, Vikings, they do very well against probes, even with the shield battery. The Vikings, they pop off, they shut down the stalkers and the probes. Overcharge gets popped. Oh my god. The Vikings, they trade so well here. Getting 5 probe kills. But that also means they're not at home to defend. Vikings are not at home. Probe does scout the ninja base. And here we go, it's all or nothing for Allison. Does activate the pulsar beam, gets a cyclone, gets 1, gets 2. 2 cyclones go down, but oh my god, yeah, the adepts, they just melt against the wall. GG gets called, and Kamikaze takes game number 3 and the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Kamikaze will pull off the defense. Again, it was an interesting one base all in out of Allison. It was a little bit shaky though when it comes to the execution. Losing the first 2 Void Rays was brutal. The longer the game went on, the better it was for Kamikaze because of the ninja base. And with that, Kamikaze does take the series in the end. Does advance on. GG. GG, well played. Oh. And now we're getting ready for our next series, as it looks like we have a lot of updates. Oh my god. Let's go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the series yourself. My condolences to Allison, as Allison is knocked out of the tournament, is a strong player in his own right, but does fall at the hands of Kamikaze. And let's switch our scenes over and figure out what has been going on. From the top, we have a lot of updates. We have Master up against PWT in the second round. The only round of 16 matches is still ongoing. Winner goes up against Mantequilla, if you will, in the third round, in the quarterfinals. We have Dorminoko. Dorminoko takes down Ades 2-0. Dorminoko about Yen is about to begin. We have Inexorable taking down Kid 2-0. Inexorable already in the semifinals, waiting for the winner of Kamikaze and Tata Giba. Oh boy. Which means we have options. I have confirmation that Dorminoko versus Yen has not yet begun, and I am very tempted to jump on that series. Likewise, though, Kamikaze versus Tatagiba is also about to begin as well. So we have 2 TVZs ready for us. And they're both available. But I do want to jump on Yen. If at all possible. We go. As we are going to be setting up. And getting things ready. Our players, they do need some time, our players do need some time to get their vetoes underway. So we have a bit of downtime here. So we are going to be going on a short break. We'll see which lobby or which series becomes available for us first. And then we'll jump in. Here we go. As we're going to be going on a short break, our players need some time to get their vetoes underway, and then we'll be jumping into our next series. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of the Code for Giants Cup number 12, your bi-weekly dose of Brazilian StarCraft. Hope you enjoyed that lovely break as we have returned with a fresh best of 3 series. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side Delta, going for a 15 hatch, I would imagine. I'm curious. We have the red Zerg player representing Ximius Gaming. It is Dominoko. And spawning in the top left-hand corner. Oh, he's crazy. Wait, what? He's going for a 14-14 in a ZVT. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Hellfire. It is Yan. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. It's going to be an interesting one. I do think both these players are very close in skill. For those that are curious, they are both, of course, GM. We have the number 2 Zerg in Brazil. Meanwhile, we have Yen, one of the top Terran players in Brazil as well. Alongside Kelzer, alongside Inexorable, alongside Kamikaze, we have Yen as well. And we'll see how they do compare against each other. Again, 14-14, wild opener. With this, we can rush into Ling Speed, we can rush into a fast Roach Warren, we can rush into a fast Baneling Nest. I'm curious where Dominoko does take us. Let's go. Let us go. I should also fix this up as well. Dominoko. Este dormilón, papi. Ay, ay, ay. As here we go, Link Speed is on the way. Dominoko, he does pull out of most of the gas, but he leaves one in. Interesting. Does leave one worker in gas. Is moving out with a handful of Lings, skirting around the edge. Queen is soon to arrive, and Dominoko is expanding. Okay, so he's not going for an all-in. He's expanding. He is droning up. But I'm curious what he does with this Ling Speed timing, as Ling Speed is on the way, and it's far faster than normal. Now, the SCV Scout does confirm how late the expansion is, so Yan is aware that something is wrong, something is amiss. Lings do scroll down the edge. Reaper did stay back at home, so Yan is playing very safely, and these Lings should not get much damage done. The Overlord does confirm the positioning of the Reaper. Reaper moves out, and the Lings can now move in. But the Reaper does scrub back around. Overlord did confirm. Reaper does find the Lings. Actually done here by Yan. He shuts down the initial Ling aggression. He will get his CC up and running without being disturbed. And Ling Speed is finishing up in 10 seconds. And Dominoko, he has not made extra Lings. Interesting. Now, in the aftermath of this opener, and now that the Natural's finishing up, and the third base is on the way, there's a bit of a give and take going on here. On the one hand, Dominoko, because of the opener, it was very inefficient. His natural is late. Straight up, his natural is delayed. Because of that, his production and his overall income is going to be a little bit lower. At the same time, Dominoko only made 2 Lings instead of 4, so he does have 1 extra drone because of that. He has fast Ling Speed, true, but he's not really making use of it. In general, I will say that Yan is in a better position. I mean, you can see Yan has a higher worker count plus mules, so Yan has a better economy. But at least Dominoko, he's safe at least on this 2-base setup, getting to his queen production, getting to his 3rd base, and settling into a longer game state. So an interesting opener out of our Zerg player. I'm not in love with it, but I understand it. Like, it's also a way to keep the Terran player on their toes and keep them pinned back at home. Despite the Reaper opener, the Reaper was forced to stay back at home as well, wasn't harassing, but here come the first wave of Hellions, and Yan is opening up 1-1-1. So we've actually already seen this from Yan. He did open up just like this previously against his previous Zerg opponent, against Claw, if you recall. So same setup. Hellions, they hit the front lines, they knock down the creep tumors. That's what, 4 creep tumors going down. Hellions do rotate back around. Behind this, Roach production soon to arrive. We have a Roach Warren, we have an Evo chamber. Dominoko did fully wall off. He's rushing into Roach production. Hellions, they do claim another tumor. Not bad. Another creep tumor goes down. Liberator coming in from behind. Hellions still looking for a way in. Oh. Attempting to deny another tumor. Liberator has arrived. Queen's right in position. Drones are going down. No spores. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. 4 workers falling. Very nicely done here by Yan. At the same time, Hellions, they hit the third, but there is no saturation. No drones to snipe. Queens are forced to rotate. And roach production has begun, but it's only 4 roaches. I mean, there is a fast lair into fast roach speed, but it's only 4 roaches to defend. You can see that Dominoko is droning. Meanwhile, Hellions, they're going past the queens. Oh my god. A little bit overzealous. A little bit overconfident. Yan bleeds out 2 Hellions, has to retreat, has to back off, has to respect the queen count. Ooh, losing a Reaper as well. Behind this, third CC is finishing up. Yan getting into his 3-1-1, working towards his bio, and he even kept that Liberator alive. Impressive. Very impressive here, as we can see Dominoko setting up spores, getting into +1 carapace, droning still. Again, only a handful of roaches to defend, so just really defensive play here out of the Zerg player, and it's been okay. I still do favor the economy here of Yan. Liberator is denied. Hellions, they go for a dive. Not going to be worth it though. They do get up. Not any workers. Not a single drone goes down. Nice defense here by Dominoko. He defends. He survives. Now he can drone. He can drone freely, but the aggression has only merely just begun. Hellions may have gone down, but Yan is getting ready for his bio push. We have tanks, we have bio, we have marines, we have marauders. 1-1 is on the way. Stim is done. It's a little bit too early for Yan to really commit here. He's waiting for his medevacs. Once the medevacs pop, then he can push. Just waiting for those medevacs. At the same time, Dominoko also embracing 1-1 roach. He's embracing that roach production. Getting up to a 3-base economy. 4th hatchery is on the way. Getting safety ravagers. The Liberator will get an Overlord. No transfuse. Oh, one of us. One more shot, the Overlord does go down. And Yan gets the hell out of there. Pulls away. Yan's still building up. Ready to move out. Likewise, Dominoko, he went up to 67 workers and he hasn't made a drone in quite some time. He's still focusing on Roach Ravager production, so he will have an army to contest against Yan's push. Will have an army. Yeah, 11 more roaches on the way. Dominoko's not going to be... Oh, never mind. I was going to say not going to be caught with his pants down, but he's moving out. As he moves out, Yan is moving in. Oh, Dominoko out of position. Yan clearing up some creep. Catching some roaches. One roach goes down. Yan pulling back to the safety of his tanks. Does spot the army. Doesn't want to get surrounded. Yan gets the hell out of there. The Liberator will be sniped. Overall, decent defense here by Dominoko. May have lost a couple of roaches, but does hold, does defend. Yan rotating around. Uh-oh. As he rotates, we see Dominoko is actually pushing, he's committing. And Yan, it's his turn to be out of position. Ravagers are exposed. He stims in. We'll catch some of the Ravagers at the same time. Dominoko pushing into the 3rd base. Tank is going to be biled down. Bio Army caught out in the open as well. It's just a really awkward engagement for both players. 4th base is going to fall, but Dominoko, he doesn't care. He's pushing in. He's going for the kill. Bust into the natural base. Tank went down. No bunker. Boys are being pulled. But there's just so much Roach Ravager. The Wiles, they will connect. They rain down on the army. And the Zerg player is snowballing out of control. He may have lost the 4th base. He may even lose the 3rd, but it doesn't matter. Queens and reinforcements, they will defend. Dominoko, he's holding. And he breaks through. Again, this was a 3-base all-in. And he's came to the production. Yeah, and he's trying to hold on. Does have a couple of Marines here in the main. More boys being pulled. SCVs are going down. Tanks they waddle back in. And again, these were the tanks that were out in the open, out on the map. And yeah, just caught with his pants down. And there's just almost nothing left. Roaches, they hit the 3rd. And even if the roaches in the main base get cleaned up, there's no economy. There's just no SCVs. It's all being targeted down. You see, Yen, he will feed him the Ravagers at least. He's muling. He's crazy. Trying desperately to hold on. And he will trade well against the Roaches, but again, he lost control of the third. 59 SCVs going down. Fourth base going to be cancelled as well. Again, Yen, he was getting a fourth. Like, he was macroing up. Little did he know there was just like 3-base all in and barreling down across the map. GG gets called, and Dominoko takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. It does take the first game. Again, it was very intense and really awkward as well, as both armies were kind of missing each other. But again, Yen, his main army was out of position. He had 2 tanks out on the map alongside all of his bio. If you recall, he went for a counterattack instead. He killed the 4th expansion, but it wasn't really worth it in the end, as he was up against an all-in. And Dominoko able to snowball out of control. And with that, we are getting ready for game number 2. And again, it was just a really unique opener as well out of Dominoko. It was just a really awkward game for the Terran, just caught really off balance. Dominoko not the most standard of players. And we'll see how this story ends. Meanwhile, do we have any other updates? Looks like not really. It looks like Kamikaze versus Tatagiba is still mid-series. Likewise, Inexorable is waiting in the semifinals. And Master versus PWT is still ongoing. Versus Volts is still going? Okay, maybe. They're still mid-series. So we still have plenty more matches ahead of us. We'll be covering this quarterfinals match. We might just hop down to the semifinals after this. And if everything kind of lines up for us, we could even cast both semifinals. Possible. It is going to be possible. Otherwise, we have our second map, and we're going to be loading into Ghost River. Oh my god. A very small map, short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on a map like this. And we'll see. We'll see if we can force the ace match, or if it all ends here and now. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our Brazilian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Eximius Gaming. It is Dominoko. And spawning in the top left, once again going for the 15-15. Or 15-14 even. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Hellfire. It is Yan. Okay, 15 hatchery this time for the Zerg, so it's going to be 15 hatch into, I imagine, 15 pool. Yep, into a 15 pool. So this is more standard. Still, I guess a little bit more of a fringe opener, but it is a very safe opener. This is designed to defend against something like Jurax Reaper, as your queens and your lings are going to be coming in a little bit earlier than normal, as opposed to a regular 15. As opposed to a regular hatch gas pool. So earlier queen production here from the Zerg player. And because the gases are so late, because the gases in this opener are much more delayed than normal, usually we skip link speed, and this leads into roach play. And that does kind of feel like the game that Dominoko would want to go into anyway. So earlier queens, potentially earlier roaches. Meanwhile, Yan back at home opening up Rax Expand standard opener out of the Terran player. Now, what's interesting to me is... Okay, there we go. I was about to say that there's no SCV scout. The SCV is now moving out across the map, and Yen will confirm what's been going on. The hatchery at this point is already done. Hatchery is complete. And the queens are on the way. And again, you can see here that Dominoko is skipping his links. He's skipping link production, just going straight into droning, just straight into queens. I'm curious if he skips link speed as well. We'll see. We'll see if he skips link speed. We'll see if he stays in gas. As Reaper makes his way across the map. Reaper checking for the third. There is none. Dominoko making an extra wave of queens, getting to his third and fourth queen. 100 gas has been mined. Now is the time for link speed, and there is none. Yeah, no link speed here for Dominoko, so we should be seeing either a Roach Warren or potentially even a Fast Lair. Or even both. The Reaper still looking for a way in. Now, Yen, he should be aware of the 15-15. He should be aware that there's no third base, that the queens are earlier than normal. So he's aware that something is wrong. And there it is, Fast Lair. Okay. So far, so good. Yen will get into the main, and he should be able to scout the lair timing. Yeah, it does confirm the lair. Massive scout for Yen. He's looking for the Roach Warren. Ooh, and he is going to be locked down. A Reaper does fall, and it's going to be a Dropper-Lord all-in. Overlord speed is on the way. There's no reason to get Overlord speed alongside a lair unless we're going for Dropper-Lords. So it's going to be a German taxi. There's that Roach Warren on the way, as we did mention. Again, no link speed. So it's going to be a Roach Queen all-in from Dominoko. Now, I do think that the Roach Warren is late. I think that this isn't really lined up well, just because Overlord speed is finishing up, the lair is finishing up, but there's no roaches yet. So we're still kind of piecing it all together. Ooh, third base is on the way. Interesting. You have my attention. Okay. I mean, Dominoko, he's droning. He's droning up. Overlord Scout comes in. Does confirm the 1-1-1. Does confirm Banshee production. How many queens do we have? Only 4. Okay, he's not going for the Dropper Lords. That was Overlord speed, literally just a scout. So just a scout here, very interesting. That's something you do not often see at the pro level. There we go. Dropper Lords are now on the way, but there's only 4 queens, and Dominoko's droning. Like, he doesn't have much for the all-in. So this is kind of weird. Like, we're getting into the Dropper Lord to the German taxi all-in that we assumed, but we're getting there in a really kind of weird way. As the Banshee does pull back the queens, Hellies, they dive in. They go to the middle line. Drones are going down. Oh my god, 14 workers fall, 15 drones falling. Aye, aye, aye. Yeah, he pops off. The barbecue is real. 16 drone kills, and just like that, Dominoko, his economy is crippled. The all-in is going to be stifled as well. There we go. Roaches are revealed. Yen is aware. Back at home, what do we have? Cyclones are amassing. Banshee's on the way. Bunker is done. And all Yen has to do is survive. Easier said than done. He's racing back. Queens are moving out. Cyclones in position. They get the lock on. Dropper Lord does survive. And now Dominoko can spread creep. Can spread creep. Just pushing in. They're the quick Banshees. There is detection. Banshee's being targeted down. And Dominoko, can he still pull this off? Oof. And the bunker does punish. Dominoko running out of steam. Running out of reinforcements. He's droning. He's crazy. Dominoko, he's droning up and he's so far behind. Yeah, he's realized he cannot end the game. It's too late for that. Yen will survive. And the question becomes, how much is Yen going to have to put the counterattack? That's the real question. Dominoko's droning. Is he going to be punished for it? There's a lot of deepers going down. Not bad. That's what 5 deepers falling. I mean, that is damage. Dominoko droned up to 41. That's still under 2 base saturation. Roaches are on the way. Now more drones. Oh, this is a rough fight. Dominoko, he does bleed out a lot of roaches there. Rough losses. Dominoko is just trying to get as much value as he can out of this army. Going for the bunker. Doesn't quite get it. Still droning up, trying to resaturate. Still on 45 workers. About to be 51. Yan still having a hard time breaking out though. There we go, finally. Dominoko, he does back off. Scan reveals saturation. Yan now aware. Bunker does fall. Medivacs have arrived. Third CC is done. Yan getting supply blocked. Now is not the time. Supply block does slow him down. But Yan should soon be able to break out. Should. Even though Minoko does realize he's playing with fire, he gets the hell out of there. Does pull back. Has spread a lot of creep. This is going to force scans to expand and take a third base. So very nice inadvertent damage. I just saw in the chat. That's the Brazilian taxi. We arrived late. I love it. I'm like, this kind of German taxi looks inefficient. It's like, no. It's the Brazilian taxi, papi. Shaking my head. I love it. Este vermino. Cálmate, cálmate. Here we go. Yen is going to be able to settle into his third. We'll be able to saturate. And the game is actually somewhat stabilizing. I say somewhat. I do still favor Yen. He still has the better economy. Now he gets the third base up and running. Oh, geez, quite heavily oversaturated. And Dominoko still needs a little bit more time to recover. Infestors are on the way. This is a good way to try to punch up. Even if your opponent has a larger army, Fungals can lock down the army and can make up for that. Infestors, they have potential. Do have a little potential here. Hygiene is done. Lurkers are on the way. Let's go. The Lunker's back. Banshee finally goes down, and here comes the move out for Yan. It's going to be a tough hold for the Zerg player. Not going to be easy. The Infestors will help. And I feel like this will come down to the Fungals. Can he catch the bio? That's a lot of Marines, not many Marauders. So this is a very fragile army. A couple of good Fungals can go a long way. Zian does make his way towards the fourth. Dominoko rotating around. Tanks are exposed. Oh, they will be bowed down. The Fungal. One Fungal does connect. The tanks fall, and Yen might just back. Yeah, he backs off. he gets the hell out of here. I say that actually going for a drop. Pulls back with his main army. Going for a Doom drop. Reinforcements on the way. Supply-wise in favor of Yen. Bearing in mind that even though Dominoko has access to Lurker tech, it's only pure Roach Ravager. Roach Ravager Infestor. No Lurkers yet. But the drop is going into the main. Dominoko out of position. He's racing back home. The drops are unloaded. Getting into the mineral line. Queen goes down. And could even focus on the tech as well. Just going for the Roaches. Going for the Lurker Den. Upgrade is denied. Massive pickup. And he gets the hell out of there at the same time, catching out Roach reinforcements. And so many Roaches going down, and Dominoko is being pulled apart. And dropping at the fourth. Stimming in between the bases. And we'll be able to outtrade this. The Roaches, they struggle. Hydro production has begun. The Lurker Den has to be rebuilt. Lurker upgrade to reset. Dominoko survives, but again, he's not going to scale amazingly here into a longer game. He needs time. Dominoko needs time for the Lurker Den to start the upgrades again. Allow them to finish. And Yan should not give him that time. Yan, he needs to be active. and needs to break Dominoko while he can before lurkers come into play. Viper production has begun. Professor's coming in. Army is revealed. Oh my god. And Dominoko cannot push up this ramp. It's not going to happen. At the same time, Yen is going to have a hard time pushing down the ramp out into the open. Just because of his fungals. Fungals, they should be coming in. Massive connections. Up. And 2 more fungals are available. Lurkers are morphing in. Where are the fungals? Not there yet. But the lurkers, they have arrived. Lurker upgrades haven't actually started. That is a little bit concerning. These are lair tech lurkers. There's no range, there's no burrow. And Dominoko just going for a massive counterattack. He does leave a handful of lurkers to defend to buy time. And the main army does push. Yen out of position. Back at home, he does have reinforcements. He has a tank. Scans ahead of time. And he has the concave. Does focus on one of the lurkers. Vipers are coming in. Oh, we get the full surround. Oh my god. And he collapses on the army. Sims in. Where's the scan? Oh. The scan not quite there. Scan towards the end. Cleans up all the lurkers. And that was the entire army of Dominoko. He has a handful of reinforcements back at home. But he did leave. Vipers did survive. But that was a brutal loss. An expensive loss. A loss that Dominoko he just can't afford. He's still trying to resaturate. He's still trying to recover from the early game. He's not there yet. Now we have Link speed on the way. We have lurker range on the way. It's too little too late. Yeah, and he's snowballing out of control. He's pushing across the map with mass marauder. That's 29 marauders. That's more marauders than there are marines. I mean, it's an anti-roach army. Nice joints here on the tanks. Tanks are going down. At the same time, Liberator going ham. 13 drones here towards the south. 13 worker kills. More libs on the way. And he will collapse in once again. Does target down the lurkers. We do have fungals behind this, but it's just not going to be enough. Yeah, the Bio Army is snowballing out of control. We just take the fungals to the face. It doesn't even matter. GG! And Yen ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Let's go. A very interesting opener, if you recall. Dominoko, he did open up 15-15. He went into Drop Lord kind of all in, but it was a little bit later. It was a little bit mistimed, it feels. I should also emphasize, before the Queen Drop Lord Roach all in, before the German taxi or Brazilian taxi, if you will, before that, the Hellions popped off and they roasted a mineral line. There was like, what, 15 drones going down. There was some insane economic damage being dealt. There was some insane damage. And from there, Yen was in the driver's seat. From there, Yen, he was kind of leading the series, leading the game. And it was on Dominoko to recover, and he barely was not able to. He's not able to recover. GG. GG, well played. We're going to game 3. Meanwhile, we have some updates. Looks like the lower semifinals is getting ready. We have Inexorable versus Kamikaze, which is about to begin. That TVT is getting underway. Kamikaze to take down Tatagiba 2-0. But of course, we are focusing on Dominoko versus Yen. Likewise, Master versus Manteca is also about to begin. Versus Mantequilla, all the butter. As it looks like our players are just sorting out the final game. It's being sorted out. Not allowed to make ghosts. So who needs ghosts when you have 29 Marauders, Papi? Oh my god. You just take the lurker shots to the face. Doesn't even matter. Crazy. Ghosts, they make it too easy, Papi. They make it too easy. But it looks like our players, they need a moment. Just a moment, though. There we go. So we do have a lobby, and we're loading in. There we go. We are loading in. The final game is going to be here on Amphion. And the question becomes, what kind of opener is Dominoko going to go for this time? What's it going to be? Here we go. So you can hear the beats when loading into that final game. One way or another, the series will end here and now. In my eyes, they're going to be on the Zerg player again. You know, he's been quite innovative when it came to his openers. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Oh, they have switched colors. We have the Brazilian Zerg player, the blue Zerg, not red, representing Eximius Gaming. We're being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Dominoko. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent once again going for a 15 hatch, by the way. But in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the red Terran, representing Team Hellfire, tying it up and forcing the ace match. Can he keep that momentum going? It is Yan. There it is, 15 hatchery opener, 2 games in a row from our Zerg player. Gonna be 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool. Now, if you recall, we mentioned last game how this opener is very defensive. It leads into earlier queen production, but the downside is it leads into very late gas. Very late gas is here for the Zerg player, so this usually means that the Zerg player skips link speed and they go into roach play. Last game, it was roaches, but if you remember, it was a lair first. It was lair into a delayed roach warren into a drop a lord based all-in. I don't see that happening here on Amphion. As in, I don't see necessarily that same kind of build with Overlord speed with the fast lair, but I do see just roach play. Just roach play in general seems to be Dominoko's go-to and can lead into a longer game state. We'll see. This map, of course, is a little bit more unorthodox. There are some mineral walls that you can mine through, gain access to the triangular third base. Otherwise, if you don't mine through these mineral lines, then this third base can be very defendable. The Terran player can expand here. There's a ramp, a very narrow choke point towards the left, a ramp on the right. They can secure this position. They can take the goal base and actually expand towards the Zerg player and put the Zerg player under a lot of pressure. So we'll see how Yan expands, and we'll see what kind of build our Zerg player embraces. This time is making lings. Interesting. In the previous game, if you remember, we actually skipped lings. You can get away with just purely queen production. You don't need lings to defend, so very interesting that lings have been produced. Reaper has, makes sense. Reaper has arrived, but because of the Reaper cliff, the Reaper does get here that much faster. Lings are required. Beaver Chamber is forced. Reaper, he wants the drone. He wants it. Up. Doesn't get it though. Gas Geyser gets morphed in, and Dominoko does defend. The queens have arrived. Reaper gets zoned away, and Dominoko holds. Does hold on. You can see here we have plenty of gas to work with. That is almost 200 gas. No link speed, and we'll see what kind of tech we embrace here. It looks like it's going to be a fast lair. Here we go. I'm hoping it isn't fast lair into Overlord speed. I'm hoping it isn't the case, but we'll see. As additional queens have arrived. There's the lair on the way at the natural. 320 lair timing. Yan did confirm. It's the same build. God damn it. It's the same build as game 2. It's lair into Overlord speed. And we saw in the last game this leads into a fast Overlord Scout and can lead into an Overlord drop as well. There's the Evo Chamber, there's the Roach Warren. Same build so far. We'll see if he commits to the all-in once again. Now, as a reminder, a big reason as to why this failed last game was because the Hellion aggression of Yen snowballed out of control. And he was able to cripple the economy before the all-in hit, and he was able to just eviscerate the mineral line. He got, what, like 15 worker kills? It was insane how much damage those Hellions got. And you could argue that if that damage wasn't dealt, then the all-in would have hit so much more harder and would have worked. And that might be the thought process of Dominoko. As he's taking all of his gases, Roach Warren is done, Queens are moving out. We can see Yen mining through those minerals. That is not a German taxi, that is 2-base Spire. Okay. Interesting. So it's going to be 2-base Muta instead by Dominoko. Let's go. He's mixing it up. Hellions move out towards the left-hand side, but there is a mineral wall. So they can't really do anything here. They do confirm. Hellions back off. Meanwhile, we do see Dominoko expanding on the right-hand side. Does wall up. Respecting the Hellions. Third TC's on the way, and the game will progress. Scouts the main base, does get eyes on the Banshees. I mean, he's already aware of them. Drop Lord does finish up. Interesting. Yen is fortifying himself. Hellions, they do not get in. And this time, Dominoko is ready for it. Hellions, they engage the Queens. Queens under fire. Banshee coming in from behind as well. And the Queens are going down. Just one of them, though. Nice hold here by Dominoko. He does defend, does deflect. And Mutas are on the way. The Mutas are on the horizon. And Yen is not ready for this. He's got another bunker on the way. He thinks it's the same. I mean, I don't blame him. But he thinks it's the same build. He's getting ready for the Roach Queen counterattack. Second bunker. Cyclones, no turrets. I mean, the Cyclones will help against the Mutas, true. And there are a handful of Marines. The Mutas are moving out. Mutas do move out across the map. 6 Mutas, they can one-shot SCVs. They hit the natural. 2 SCV kills. They get 2, they get 3. Oh, and they barely get a mule. 2 SCVs and a mule. It's some okay damage. They get another worker and another. It's adding up. Worker kills are adding up. More Mutas on the way. Catching Marines, getting more SCVs, no turrets! Uh-oh. Yeah, without turrets, the Mutas are wreaking havoc. 1 Muta goes down, but that's 11, 12 SCV kills the Mutas. They're getting out of hand, they're getting out of control. Yen is taking a third base at the same time. Banshee did move out across the map, but there are Queens in position. Detection is on the way, and the Queens will defend. Mutas, they rotate back around. They're going for the Banshees, and they will find them. And they will focus them down. Nice cleanup here by Dominoko. Meanwhile, we have Mass Cyclone Marine here to defend. We're in position. Oh, the Mutas, they can't fight this head on. Nice punish. Yen, he's holding his own. Takes down 2 Mutas. Mutas rotating around, plus 1 carapaces on the way. Baliness as well. We do see that Dominoko is transitioning into Lingbane Muta. Out of Roaches. I mean, he never really invested. It was meant to throw off his opponent. Did work. So far, so good for the Zerg. He's dealt a good amount of economic damage, and he's not done. Finding another SCV. Oh. Another worker. Has to be where the minefield. Head from the natural. Does rotate towards the natural once again, going for the upgrades. Trying to deny +1. Trying to. And as all this is happening behind this, Dominoko, he's actually not droning too much. He's on 3-base saturation. He could do with saturating his 4th. He is taking towards a hive. If the station is on the way, that can be to lead into Ultra Tech as well. I would like to see more workers, though. I do think that Dominoko, he can afford to saturate the 4th base in this kind of game state. Alas, instead he's building up Lings. It looks like he's just playing it safe, anticipating a counterattack. Getting ready with Ling Main. And because Dominoko is investing into his army, that is allowing Yan to recover. Yan, he's only down 5 workers. Has a decent army to work with. He's up in upgrades. 2-2 has begun. Pushing out. This choke point is going to be brutal. Widowmines are setting up the mutas. They cannot engage. Widowmines are setting up. Bailing's rolling in. They get 1 Widowmine. Mine shots going up. 2 Widowmines go down. And the Ling Bane does try to engage. Focused down by the Hellbats. My army trickling in. There aren't enough Banelings. And he's just going right for the kill. There's a handful of Banelings left. And it might not be enough. Ooh, better connections though. Very good Baneling connections. Despite that, there's just still not enough on the ground. Yan will back off though. Does respect the army. Pulls away. Trading well at the choke point. 4 CC in production. And trying to build up. It looks like Yan, he has run out of steam. Again, we had some very good Baneling connections earlier. To hit the hearts of the Bio army. And now the mutas, they can move out. They can counterattack. They're going for the turret. Turret does hold. Oof. Mutas get shut down. Dominoko has been somewhat droning. Taking a 5th base. Getting up to a 4-base economy, somewhat. Working towards the hive. Ooh, Dominoko, he did forget +2 melee though. At least he denies +2. It works out. He forgets an upgrade, but he denies one. Marine drop into the main. We'll get some drone kills at the same time. Yan rotating over towards these fringe bases. The mutas are distracted. 4 drones go down. Ooh, when the mineral line is saturated, Yan, he's going for it. He can stim in. He can, and he will. Workers, some of them will evacuate, but the hatchery goes down. That's 12 drone kills. And the creep is lacking. Mutas move out across the map. They do get the mineral line, though. Tars are going down. SCVs as well. And Yan, he's at this point, he's going to commit. So much economic damage. The turret does hold. Only 7 SCVs. Could have been worse. Mash repair out of Yan. There's a lot of Ling Bane waiting for him. Infestors as well. +2 is on the way. Hive is done. No Adrenal. Ooh, Dominoko, he's lacking upgrades. There's no Adrenal. There's no +3 Carapace. There we go. +3 just beginning. And Yan is maxed. He does keep pushing. Still being active. Ultra Cavern's on the way. I'm a little bit concerned by the Ultra Tech just because Dominoko has not taken his gases, so Dominoko doesn't really have much of an economy to work with to actually make Ultras. But it's on the horizon. Matchups going up. Oof, massive connections. Muted Cloud is being thinned out. Yen going for a split push. Setting up his Widow Mines, going for the Overlords. At the same time, knocks down the expansion. Mine just going up. Ooh, massive connections. They connect on the Lings, but the Ling main does crash into the bio. Queen's in position. Dominoko should shut this down. But at the same time, a second army is diving in. Took down the fifth, now going for the fourth. The mineral line's exposed. And there's no escape for these drones. They're going to try to get away. Hatchery goes down. Some of the workers will escape. That's still 10 workers, and Dominoko is down to 3 hatcheries, down to 3 bases, barely any creep. He can barely keep up. And yeah, he is overwhelming. The Mutas initially had potential. But we mentioned before that it took a very long time for Dominoko to drone up, to saturate, to get an economy. As a result, his ground army was lacking. He did kind of stumble his way into the mid-game. He was hoping for more damage. The Muted Cloud gets reset. Back up, 4th base goes down. Once again, good positioning here behind the Gas Geyser. Making use of the terrain. And Dominoko, he's being pulled apart. He just cannot keep up. Not anymore. He has some Infestors, he has some Fungals, but they have yet to connect. Oh my god, the Bailey, once again, the Bailey connections. Same location. They allow Dominoko to hold, but alas, he loses the 3rd base. GG gets called down to 2 bases. Well played, and Yen will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Yen will claim the series. Did have a rocky start. Dominoko was able to pop off in game 1 with the Roach all in, but in game 2 and game 3, Yen was able to recover, able to take advantage of Dominoko and claim the series in the end. GG, well played. When it came to this build, I mean, the Mutas were unscouted and they were doing some decent damage early on, but again, he was hoping for a little bit more. And as a reminder, Dominoko, he was opting not to drone as he was harassing with Mutas. He was making Ling Bane, anticipating a counterattack that didn't really hit at the time. It hit much later, which means Dominoko, he was punished for not droning. He was punished for not saturating his 4th base. Because of that, he was eventually outscaled by his opponent. Likewise, his upgrades were delayed. Like, everything was just a little bit later because of that. GG. GG, well played. Yen does take it. And now we're getting ready for our next series for the semifinals. Let's go. We're getting ready for the semis. We're getting ready for the TVT. Oh, no. Not like this. We're getting ready for the semifinals here. Of course, Yen advances on to the upper semis, which has yet to begin, which we are still missing our opponent. But scrolling down, we do have the lower semifinals. Inexorable versus Kamikaze is about to begin. A fresh best of 3 to determine the first finalist. When it comes to the upper semis, Master and Manteca, they're still facing off. They're still mid-series, and they're still, playing out in that best of 3. Winner goes up against Yen, which means we should be able to cover both semis. 3 series left, both semis and the grand finals. Here we go. Until then, though, it looks like we're going on a short break. When we return, we will have the TVT. See you soon. See you guys in a couple of minutes. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that break as we have returned with the beginning of the end, somewhat, of the Code for Giants Cup number 12. We have returned with the semi-finals, the first of two, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our TVT. We have our Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Eximius Gaming. It is CranKy. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the other Brazilian Terran. We haven't been able to cast him yet tonight, but he is coming in as the favored player, the Yellow Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. Here we go, one of the younger up-and-comers here in the Brazilian scene. Has been improving quite a lot over the years, and we'll see if he can make another finals run. Again, I do feel like in a TVT, both Inexorable and CranKy are quite comparable in skill. They're both willing to embrace bio, both willing to embrace mech. This series could go either way. I do give the slight edge to Inexorable, but I could definitely see CranKy bringing it home. I could see this going either way. But now, Double Gas versus a 2-Rax Reaper opener. Let's go for you in the chat. Of course, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck with your predictions. And my apologies, I assumed it was 2-Rax Reaper. It is 3-Rax instead. That is wild. 2-Rax Reaper is designed to punish a proxy and punish an all-in. This, though, is very different, and I actually have never seen this before. So Mass Reaper out of CranKy. Now, thankfully for Inexorable, he's not going for an economic opener. If he had gone for a Rax Expand, I would be very concerned for Inexorable. But faster Factory means faster Hellions, faster Cyclones. It means he will have a force to work with, an army to contend against the Mass Reaper of CranKy. Here we go. As the first Reaper's moving out, additional Reapers behind this, they're on the way. Hyper committed here from the Blue Terran. And I haven't seen 3-Rax Reaper from home before. I don't know if I want to. We'll see. We'll see how this turns out. Meanwhile, Inexorable, he's the first to shoot, but reinforcements are on the way. And Inexorable, he's gonna have to back off. He'll retreat, does spot the second Reaper real quick. He is aware that something is wrong, something is amiss. It's at least 2-Rax Reaper. Little does he know, it's 3-Rax Reaper. As CC on low ground is going to be delayed. Additional Reapers on the way. Hellion as well. With the help of the Hellion, we can save the natural. Sorble, he does cut back. Take down one of the Reapers. Big pickoff. Again, when it comes to an all-in like this, when it comes to 3-Rax Reaper, you want to preserve your Reapers as best as possible. You want to snowball out of control with Mass Reaper. Losing one is a rough start for CranKy. Does lose the first Reaper. Behind this is expanding. But this is just so committed. As he's hiding here on the tall grass. Does shoot first. Takes down a Hellion. Massive pickup. But bleeds out another Reaper. Has the high ground. Will take down the Hellion. Will barely not. Inexorable does pull away. And he will chase this down. Forces back the army. Will delay the CC on the low ground as well. Oh, CranKy wants the Hellion. Doesn't quite get it. Oh, gets a Reaper. Will shut down the Hellion as well. A nice control out of Inexorable. He will lose everything though. But he does delay the CC. He does trade well against the Reaper. And behind this is getting to his bio production. Safety Cyclone into Marines. Likewise, CranKy also working towards his own bio transition with Stim on the way and Mass Marine. Now there's going to be a window where CranKy has Stim and Inexorable does not. There is going to be that window. See if CranKy can make use of it. Meanwhile, Inexorable chilling back at home. He is ahead when it comes to the expansion. The CC just now finishing up for CranKy. Inexorable does have a worker lead, a mule lead, and a CC lead. So far, so good. Inexorable does come out ahead. Outside of the Stim timing, of course. The Stim is going to be a factor. Inexorable moving out with the drop. Cyclone and 4 Marines. Yo, can he focus on the... Can he deny Stim? He could. But the Marines are in position somewhat. Drop comes in. Tank does siege. And CranKy will defend. Now, even though this drop doesn't get damage done, Inexorable sees that he's behind when it comes to Stim. He does see it researching. He knows. He is aware. Knowing us out the battle, but he knows to respect the Marines. Stim is almost done. Third CC on the way for Inexorable. A greedy maneuver, but it will get him further ahead. As long as he can survive the push. Question becomes, can he? Can he survive? Inexorable diving in. Turret's on the way. Inexorable here, of course, confirms bio, not mech. That's another important factor. This Kamikaze is not afraid to make it happen. And now that the third CC is finishing up, now we get into the rest of our maxes. Into a 5-rack setup, double eBays, double upgrades. Soon to be working towards Stim. Of course, because Inexorable doesn't have Stim, he has to take more defensive stance. Here we go, Kamikaze is moving out with a massive Doom drop. Stim is done. There's 2 tanks with the army as well. This drop can get damage done. It's gonna hit like a truck. Meanwhile, Inexorable, he does have 3 Ravens. He has auto turrets, he has disabled, researched. He can disable those tanks. Scan reveals the army is missing. And it drops into the main. Yeah, massive Doom drop into the main base, going for the mineral line. There's not much to work with here. Disables are going up. Auto turrets being thrown down a little bit too far back. Oh, and the tanks, the disable is about to run out. Can he get the tanks? He gets 1. He gets 2. Both tanks go down. 21 SCV kills. Oh my god, that is almost game-ending damage. That's far too much. Kamikaze committing so much here to the Doom drop, and it paid off. It does well. Just like that, Kamikaze takes the worker lead. He just now starts up his 3rd CC. Now, what's important here is that Kamikaze, he killed 21 workers. That is true. That is insane. But Inexorable has a 3rd CC. So he has more mules and he can make 3 SCVs at a time. Inexorable can recover. This wasn't enough to kill, but it was enough to kind of even things up. Because if it wasn't for this drop, then Inexorable would have snowballed out of control. He would have just gotten out of hand with the greater economy. Now Kamikaze, he does bounce back. On top of that, he has a larger army as well. He's moving out with more Marines. Another Doom drop. And again, Inexorable, he's not really ready for this. He needs more time. He's building up more Marines, spreading out his tanks. He is still confined to 2 bases. Still rebuilding that SCV count. Moving across the map for a scout. Main base is still exposed. There is 1 tank in position. The drop is coming in. Does scan. Inexorable does respond. He does unload here in the mineral line. Yeah, tank has started down. We do get 1 disable. Oh, there's another tank. Not quite in the mix. That's another 16 SCVs. The army is going to be pinned. And Kamikaze is going to lose almost everything. 2 medics trying to escape. Looks like they will be barely able to. Rough siege there for Inexorable. No! Let the Marines free! The drop is coming in! Oh my god. Inexorable, he backs up. Again, you got another 16 SCVs, so once again the economy is crippled. 3rd base now being taken for Kamikaze. And again, these Doom drops, they have been paying off very nicely here for the Blue Terran. Dropping once again. Just as the mules come in. Kamikaze dropping into the mineral line, forcing friendly fire. Oof. And Inexorable, he's all in. At this point, he's completely all in. Tanks, they do siege in time, but here come the Ravens for the disables. Up, the Ravens! The Ravens go down! Just the 1 anti-armor missile. Tanks will fall. Inexorable, he does break through. He shuts down the 3rd base, but he has to do more than just the 3rd. He has to go for the kill. Drop into the natural, drop in the main, gets cleaned up. That's a kill on the 3rd. But now this is tank on the high ground. Inexorable, is he taking too long? Does he have a scan? Oof. Yeah, big tank shots going off. But does take down the tank just barely. Has the kite back. Marines are being thinned out. Meanwhile, across the map, Kamikaze is still dropping, still getting more damage. Essentially a base trade. Inexorable, he does defend. He has reinforcements. Denies the upgrades. The army rallies into tank fire. Inexorable, he does take the fight. There's one tank on the high ground. Inexorable, he has no vision. Leaves out two tanks. And the Marines as well. A very, very close game. Kamikaze's going to finish up +1 vehicle weapons. He's on 23 SCVs. And Inexorable, he's on 31. But Inexorable, he still has that third CC. Kamikaze does not. Oh, the medevacs! Medevacs get caught out. 4 medevacs go down. Massive pickoffs. Kamikaze, he has the greater army. Can move out. And here we go. We are settling in. We do have Kamikaze rotating over towards the natural. My apologies. Just check the door. Also on vehicle weapons is going to be denied. Inexorable is going to be able to collapse in. That one tank is doing so much damage in the back line, but it is going to be targeted down. And Inexorable, he overwhelms. He shuts down the army. GG, well played. And Inexorable will take game number 1. Whew. GG. A wild game. A wild game. GG, well played. Inexorable, he does take a lead in the series, but that was a very, very intense game. Basically, Kamikaze, he was really playing to his name there. He was very aggressive, he was very committed, a very risky play out of Kamikaze, but it paid off. You know, these Doom drops were getting damage done. It was really risky and, in a way, kind of all in. Even the initial opener, the 3-Rax Reaper, was very committed, but because it was doing damage, I mean, it was worth it in the end. Did kind of lead to this more chaotic game state. I do favor Inexorable in a standard macro game, but that's not what we're getting. Clearly, that's not what we're getting. We're not getting standard macro. We're getting these more aggressive kind of game states and these more wild plays. GG. GG, well played. Inexorable does take a lead, and we'll see if he can claim the series or if Kamikaze can bounce back. I'm hoping for an ace match, but we'll see. We'll see how this story does unfold. Till then, though, do need a moment. Okay, I do apologize. I've returned, but here we go. In the top left-hand corner, we have our Brazilian Terran player, the yellow Terran, representing Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player. It is Kamikaze. Do apologize. Un momento. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. But again, I do apologize. Just had to do something IRL, but now we can focus on our match. We can focus on our game. Again, we had a wild game one with Inexorable, of course, surviving the aggression of Kamikaze and bouncing back. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and we do have, once again, okay, one base play for now. Kamikaze opening up double gas, going into a faster factory. Likewise, Inexorable going for an economic opener, going for a Rax into CC on the low ground. Something more economic. Inexorable will take a slightly more economic opener here, economic lead. Kamikaze, more aggressive. And this could lead into one base all-in. This can lead into one base aggression, or just into an expansion. It looks like we will be expanding on the low ground. Let's go. Let us go. As we do have our 1-1-1 setup here. Now, this double gas opener can lead into either Cyclone aggression, can lead into a Banshee-based opener, into faster tank production. There are options. There are definitely options here for Kamikaze. We'll see what he gets into. For now, it is going to be Reactor Reaper. Reactor Reaper Hellion from our Red Terran. Meanwhile, Inexorable back at home taking a more defensive stance. Cyclone production has begun. Marines are amassing. Reaper Scout will confirm. So Inexorable, he gets eyes on the army, on the setup, on the Reapers, the Hellion as well. He's aware, and Inexorable, he should be getting ready back at home. He shouldn't move out, otherwise he'll be caught out by this. Oh boy, as Kamikaze does push. Behind this going Reactor Cyclone as well. This could be the beginning of mech. Medevac's on the way. Interesting for the Cyclone drop. The aggression doesn't end. Similar to the previous game in that sense. Pushing up the ramp into the Cyclone. Marines have right, boys have to be pulled. Oh, and Inexorable, he's in a bit of trouble. Cyclones are getting low, but he does hold. Inexorable, he does hold. Meanwhile, Kamikaze, at least he preserves most of his Hellions and Reapers, moving out with the Cyclone drop towards the left-hand side. And he has more Cyclones on the way. Okay, so far so good. Stim is in production, so I was anticipating that it might be mech with a second factory, but no, there is no second factory. Kamikaze is embracing bio. Double drop into the natural. Getting a CV. Two SCVs go down, nothing major yet. Inexorable so far holding, still maintains a worker lead. We mentioned before, third CC now on the way for both players. This time at a more similar time, at least, compared to the previous game. So Kamikaze isn't going to be all in. Meanwhile, as Inexorable moves out, Kamikaze moves in, getting another 2 SCVs. 4 in total. Not bad. Getting 4 SCV kills. Drop into the main. Going for the Raven. Raven does survive. Likewise, getting to the rest of our Raxes, getting the rest of our setup, and we're just calming things down. After an explosive game 1, we're calming things down here in game 2. Both players are expanding, both players working towards their third bases. We have Bio Tank on the way here for Kamikaze. Likewise, the same can be said for Inexorable. Scan does confirm, does get eyes on the CC, so Inexorable, he can breathe easy. Can breathe a little bit more easy here. to see 4 more SCVs. I mean, honestly, Kamikaze's done well for himself. Looking at the use loss tab, that's been 8 SCV kills so far. Not bad at all. Liberator's still alive. Ooh, Inexorable does catch out one of the Cyclones. Pulling back with the other. Kamikaze now moving out. Now, this move out should not really be to commit to try to kill his opponents, but might just be to contain, ideally to delay the third. As I say that, though, taking more a stronger stance here in the center of the map instead. Getting his third, Inexorable moving out. The armies will come across each other. Kamikaze does spot this, does siege up. Oh, the disables though. Yeah, massive disables on the tanks. Not enough bio either. And Kamikaze getting caught with his pants down, losing every single tank. Not enough support. Has to pull away. Barely any Marines, despite having the faster stim. Just barely any Marines there to support the tanks. And Inexorable is snowballing out of control. He's pushing in towards the natural. Boys are being pulled from both ends. And Kamikaze coming in for the surround. And he might be able to hold on, but he's going to lose so many SCVs in the process. And tank shots going up. But he will clean this up. Yeah, the tanks are surrounded. Tanks get shut down. But for 12 SCVs. Nice defense out of Kamikaze. But now his economy is crippled. And Inexorable, he's not done. Dropping into the main. And again, Kamikaze barely has an army. Ooh. Tank will siege. Came for the production. He wants the tank. He wants it. He's gonna get it. Oh, tank goes down. And before we can really get into the mid game, I was hoping we can have a more back and forth and embrace the 3-base economy. But before that happens, Kamikaze, he's hurting. He's struggling. He's in trouble. Medevacs boost away. Dropping here towards the third. No saturation, no mining. Across the map, likewise, Kamikaze also dropping in a moment of desperation. But there are reinforcements, and Kamikaze, the drop just does not get any damage. Inexorable holds. He holds, he defends, his third base fully saturated. 4th CC on the way. Just getting further ahead, that's a kill on the medevac. And Kamikaze, he's hurting. He's up against the wall, he's down to less than 40 SCVs. At this point, he's pretty committed and pretty all in. I mean, he always is. He's when it comes to the last game, just keep dropping. True. Once again, going for another drop across the map. It's what he does best. But this time he's scattered. This time he is spotted by Inexorable. Inexorable, he will respond. Keeping up with the main army. Does disable one of the tanks, a little bit of a misclick, but regardless, he cleans it up anyway. Takes down the tanks, chases back the army. Doesn't quite get the medevac. Pulls back. Kamikaze trying to stabilize. He hasn't made an SCV in quite some time. Still on 43 workers. Now skipping macro cycles for the SCVs. Just focusing on army. He's down to 1 tank. Upgrades are even, but 2-2 is going to kick in here for Inexorable. He's just getting out of hand, getting out of control. Phoenix, he's sending it back. Yeah, Kamikaze scans across the map, gets eyes on saturation. 4th base not being taken. Oof. Big tank shots going up. Phoenix, he has to back off. Let's get the hell out of here. Pulls away. He's almost maxed. You can see here he's paranoid about a drop into the main. I don't blame him. After what's been happening this series. Speaking of dropping to the main. Oh. As Inexorable moves out, Kamikaze, he's dropping again, but this time once again getting scattered. He is spotted. You see Inex pulling back home. So paranoid about the drop. Marines getting in position. Main army moving in. Take down the spotter depots. Goes Tim's into the naturals, all boys are being pulled. GG, well played gets called. We don't get the final fight, and Inexorable will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Congratulations here to Inexorable for advancing on to the grand finals. A shout out though to Kamikaze for making an entertaining series as well. Not the most standard of TVTs. Kamikaze, he was kind of playing all in both games, just non-stop drop play, doom drops time and time again. Was making a very chaotic game state in game 1, less so here in game 2. Much more solid play out of Inexorable. Inexorable, he was able to kind of acclimate to his opponent, able to respond, able to shut Kamikaze down. GG, well played. GG, well played. Congratulations. Inexorable is going to be our first finalist, and the question becomes, who is our second? As it looks like Yen and Master are mid-series. Heading on over here. Having a look at the brackets, Master did take down Mantequilla 2-0. Hold on, let's scroll on over. There we go. Master, he takes down Mantequilla 2-0, does the face-off against Yen in the upper semifinals, and it looks like they're mid-series. It looks like they are currently in-game, and we will either jump into Game 2 or Game 3. We'll be jumping in mid-series, or we'll be following them into, or we'll be following the winner into the finals. One or the other. One or the other, but it looks like we will have some downtime. Looks like we do have some time to ourselves, waiting for Master and Yen to wrap up. Unfortunately, it looks like they weren't waiting for us. They just did begin. So, do have some time to ourselves. Do have some time to ourselves here. And, yeah, we actually haven't, I just realized, we haven't casted any Protoss today. Oh, no. We casted Allison. Of course. We casted Allison earlier, but, Master, he is one of the best Protoss players in Brazil, in Latin America, and the best Protoss of the bracket. He's going to be favored to win the entire tournament. We'll see if either Yen or Inexorable can bring Master down. We'll see if they can touch him. We'll see if they can bring him down, as Master has yet to drop a map. He has yet to drop a map in the tournament. So best of luck to Yen. Otherwise, I guess we have some downtime. Do you have some downtime here? We'll just try to set up the players. We'll try to set up the players and get things ready. I know that Yen and Master are actually really good friends. They're really good friends. They practice a lot together. They kind of rose through the ranks together as well. They're quite comparable in skill. I do still favor Master, especially because Yen did take some time off. He did take a bit of a break from the game for, over the past year. So I do give the slight edge to Master, but we'll see. We'll see how they compare to each other nowadays in the modern era of StarCraft. Again, they might have been equals many years ago, but now, you know, there is a little bit more of a disparity. Till then, though, GG, well played. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our next series. I also have confirmation that Master and Yen are indeed in Game 1, so we'll be able to jump into Game 2. So we will be able to jump in mid-series. Until then, take this moment to drain your disruptors, massage your marines, stretch your roaches, and hydrate your hydras. Take this moment to take a break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with Game 2 of Master and Yen. See you then. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the Code for Giants Cup number 12, your bi-weekly dose of Brazilian StarCraft. And I'm a little bit in shock. I'm a little bit surprised here because we are jumping in mid-series. Game 1 did occur as we were covering the lower semifinals. And we have our current scoreline. It's crazy. It's wild. This player here in the top left-hand corner, he is down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. I would say he's the favored to take the entire tournament. The red Protoss player for Team Hellfire, it is Master. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have his dear friend, also for Team Hellfire, as their teammates as well. It is Yan. Let's go. We're jumping in mid-series, and I'll be honest, even though I was hoping for an ace match, I was really leaning heavily in favor of Master in this series. I still do. They had a very long game. It was around like what, almost 20-minute game for game 1, and did go the way of Yan. Very impressive here from our Terran player. We'll see if we can bring it home. We'll see if Master can tie up the series. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets while you can. Predictions are about to close, so best of luck with your gamba, as Yan is one step closer to the finals. Here we go. For now, it is going to be double gas open out of Yan, going for a faster factory. Meanwhile, Master back at home, going for a gate expand himself, gate cyber expand even. So far so good. Standard opener out of Master. Meanwhile, a more tech heavy opener by Yan. With the faster factory, can lead into a Widowmine drop, can lead into a Cyclone harass, or Cyclone aggression, or even into Banshees. We have options. Yan does have options, as the Probe is forced to recall back home to save it against the initial Reaper. And when it comes to the map itself, I mean, we're loading into Ghost River, a very small map, very short resistance by ground. Aggression can be quite heavily favored, which is why I would not be opposed to like an add-on swap into Cyclone production or something more committed like that. We'll see. We'll see where Yan does take us. As for now, the Reaper moves out across the map, will threaten the mineral line. Stalker does pop, and Master shouldn't lose any workers, does pull the probes away, will preserve them. Workers are saved, Stalker has arrived, and the Reaper is forced out. So far, so good. Meanwhile, back at home, it is going to be the Cyclone. It is not double Cyclone, though. There's no add-on swap. It's just going to be reactor Marines with the initial Cyclone opener, and Master is going for a very safe Robo first. Curious. I was curious as to the tech of choice, whether it was going to be Twilight Council, Stargate, or Robo. It is going to be the Robo opener. With this, Master can go into Fast Colossus, into Fast, or Faster Bay, into Fast Colossus, or can take a different approach. We saw earlier today, Allison did have a kind of weird 2-base all-in with fast Immortal production. I don't really expect to see that here. I'm feeling more Colossus, but we'll see. Master could always go for a Prism into a Twilight Council. But now the shield battery is done at the natural. Likewise, bit of a gateway explosion in the main. It looks like this should be for a faster War Prism to harass across the map, then leading into further tech. The initial observer is on the way. So far, so good. Now again, the downside of this tech opener from Master is he has less map control because he has no Blink Stalkers and he has no Phoenixes. That's the power of a Stargate or a Twilight Council opener, is that map control. Alas, doesn't quite have that. And it is going to be the Immortal first. Interesting. Immortal opener out of Master. I mean, because how fast the Immortal is, I mean, you could argue this is either really safe or a 2-base all-in. And with 3 gateways, I'm feeling aggression. That's a lot of gates. That's a fast Immortal. And Master is building up. Meanwhile, back at home with the double gas opener, it is going to be a Banshee tank. Mentioned earlier that Banshee was an option here. The Observer does confirm. Very nice scout from Master. He does get eyes on the 111, on the Researching Tech Lab, and on the Banshee itself. So that will tell Master to make another Observer and to get ready in the mineral lines. There we go. Stalkers at the natural. Likewise, Stalkers in the main. So Master is ready. Master is prepared. Did make just the initial Immortal, is making another Observer. Getting up to 3 Observers already. Very paranoid. There's the fast Bay. As we mentioned, usually a Robo opener leads into a Bay, leads into Colossus, and that's exactly where Master is headed. So it looks like this is just a very safe way to play, just very defensive start. Master is getting ready to expand and we'll be getting into early Colossus production. Now, this will keep Master safe against any kind of bio move-outs and any kind of earlier push. So Master should be safe and should be able to settle into a 3-base economy. The downside, as we mentioned before, no map control. There's no map presence here. It means that Yan is free to cut corners. Yet there's no pressure. There's no aggression. There's nothing really threatening the bases of Yan, which means Yan could have gone for a faster 3rd CC. He didn't, but he could have. It would have been a way to kind of take advantage of Master, as Master is expanding, going for his 3rd. Yan back at home, still building up. And we're still waiting for the 3rd CC here from Yan. I mean, Yan, he has limited vision himself. Hasn't actually seen the 3rd base. Banshee was deflected in the main. Meanwhile, the Observer is scouted. Nicely done. The Observer is sniped. And Yan has options. Yan, he has an option here. Does he go for a 2-base all-in? Does he pull the boys? Or does he expand? What does he go for? I mean, for now, he's waiting for the medevacs. Once the medevacs pop out, so then he can move out across the map. He can apply pressure. Based on the later upgrade timing, he should be throwing down a 3rd CC. As the upgrades are still on the way, the army is moving out. We have Banshees towards the natural, and the main army right through the center. It is going to be spotted by the Adept. Master getting ready at the ramp. And Yan is getting his 3rd CC on location. Does scan ahead of time. Banshees, they do slip into the natural. Probes are going down. 3, 4, 5 probes so far. 6 probes. 6 probe kills, not bad. For one Banshee. The other does survive. Likewise, Yan, he doesn't move out. He's just taking a defensive stance. Preparing and getting his 3rd base up. And we're calming things down. We're settling in towards a longer game state. This means that Master is going to hit that triple Colossus production, or he's going to get up to 3 Colossus. Twilight Council's on the way. This should be for Charge and Blink. Disruptor production has begun. Unfortunately, a bit of a mistake here. 2 Twilight Councils for Master is a slip-up. I don't think that's intentional. But regardless, he is still getting to his 4th and building up into a macro game. Likewise, Master rotating. Does scan ahead of time, but cannot push into 3 Colossus. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Triple Colossus just a little bit too good. Yeah, and he backs off and he actually rotates, going for a drop. Bold move. Drop headed for the main, if not just the 4th. Main army rotating through the center is spotted by the probe. Master is aware. He's going to collapse in. Yeah, the army's not large enough. Tank is going to go down. Nice pick off here to Master, at the same time drop into the main. Does force a recall. Colossus are ready. Disruptor as well. Nerves off cooldown. Disruptor goes down. A big overextension, and the Colossus are exposed. Yeah, and he can stim in. He can and he will. He takes down one of the Colossus. There's only one left. Production's being depowered. There we go. 2nd Colossus does arrive. Master, he will protect his main. He will defend. At the same time, Yan, he's going for the 3rd. He was a little bit out of position. He has to stim in. A little bit late to hit the 3rd base, but he will take down at least the pylons. Going for the Nexus. Bold move. He will get it. Nexus will go down. At the same time, Job comes back in, trading with the Stalkers. Yan backing up. He is pulling Master apart. Getting another 2 Stalkers. Pulls away. There is no blink. Yeah, there's no punish here for those medevacs. They can just get away. Drop into the mineral line. More probes falling. We don't have WCS game hearts, but probes are going down. How many? I'm afraid to look. 16. An entire mineral line. 16 probes have fallen. And Master is going for a massive counterattack. I mean, he's pretty committed here. Will force a cancel. Denies the 4th. But here comes the surround. He wants a Colossus. He wants them. He's going to get them as well. And the flanking Marauders, they focus at the Colossi. There's no escaping. And these losses have been brutal. Losing almost every single high-tech unit. One Immortal survives. And honestly, Yen can keep pushing. He can keep going from here. What is there to stop him? There's only Stalkers. There's no Colossus. There's just the one Immortal. No Disruptors. These losses have been brutal here for Master. And here comes the move out. Here comes the push. Yen, he's up in supply. Now, there is going to be one Colossus. There's one Colossus here between the bases. Can defend. It's a medevac. And has to pull away. But now he does retreat. He respects his position. Yeah, now taking into Ghost. Ghost Academy's on the way. His fourth base had to be restarted, if you recall. So he's actually not as far ahead as he otherwise could have been. Yen is maxing out, that is true, but he was slowed down here by his otherwise cancelled fourth. Master getting a fifth. Yen moving out. Yen still has potential to pull Master apart because of that supply, but Master is not too far behind. He's recovering. Again, Yen, he had a window, he had an opportunity, but it feels like it has kind of passed him by. Was a little bit too passive after killing all the Colossus. And the fourth base is fully saturated. Yen's army is spotted. At the same time, Zalarambai will deny the fifth. There are reinforcements back at home. Yen, he will defend. SCVs are going down. But Yen is just buying time for the planetary. Oh, it does drag the army back home. Planetary does complete. Likewise, main army engaging. Yen being forced back. That trades well against the Zealots at least. But Yen, he's stuck on mainly a Marauder-based army. Does need those Ghosts. Ghosts, Vikings, Liberators. His army needs to be refined. And Master maxes out. Again, Yen, he was doing so well. He was trading so well. But Master has recovered. Both armies are maxed. Master, he gets eyes on the drop. He's aware with the Observer. Blink is still on the way, so it's still a little bit difficult for Master to punish these drops. But he should be able to. Here you can see Master getting position. Observers, they're everywhere. They spot the rotations. Likewise, Pylon spots the drop. Master getting ready. Yen forced to step on, or forced to pull away. Now, at least Yen has the upgrade lead. He's got 3-3 on the horizon, and that will help. Likewise, 2 more starports, fusion core, into lib range. Master throwing down a wall of cannons and shield batteries. I mean, he knows that his army is less mobile. He knows that that's the big advantage of Yen. I would not be opposed to seeing cannons and shield batteries here at the natural. Army slims in. There it goes off, teasing connection. And does take down a line of Stalkers. Not bad. The rest of the army does respond. The Observer does see everything. Yen should be aware that something's wrong. Like, seeing this rotation is a tell that there are observers seeing him. Last Yan, he pulls away, making 4 libs at a time. Now would be the time for Master to throw down some Stargates. I would love to see a Fleet Beacon, some Stargates, and a transition to Sky Toss. For now, though, he's committing into a ground-based army. 2 more Robos. And still an Observer over the army as well. Liberation has arrived. Ooh, no Lib range, though. Master does catch through those Liberators. Nova goes off. Final Liberator is going to be targeted down as well. Disruptors are on cooldown, but nice force fields. The army is kept at bay. Once again, Master keeping up with the rotation. He sees everything, Bap. Sees it all. More Liberators have arrived. Another one goes down. And another. And 2 more Liberators falling. One of the Colossus does get sniped, though. Bit of trades for Yan. Getting one of the Colossus. And still just remaxing on pure Lib. Catching another Disruptor. A bit of mispathing out of Master. Just a rough rally. As the Novas have potential. The splits, though. Oh my god, Master! He doesn't connect Yan with the splits. He pulls away. Oh my god. Does avoid the Novas. Trades well. Is still going to be forced back. So that's to respect the army. And the Novas will zone back the main army. Another Liberator falls. Master still trading well. The map has been cut in half. Army steps in, gets a Colossus, gets a Disruptor, gets 2! And Master caught with his pants down, late to react. Did overextend. Celerama gets spotted. Main army pushing in. No Liberators this time. Planetary under fire. The Zealots are cleaned up. Yan, he can focus on the main push. Sensor tower goes down. Looks like the Observer earlier did get sniped. So now we have less detection, less vision. Yan is a little more in the dark. And the Liberation Zones, they have arrived. The Freedom! Oh my god. And catching a Colossus. Master coming in from behind. Alas, getting surrounded though. And surround is too good. Massive Nova connection on the Ghost. But it looks like there's just too much bio. GG gets called. Yan, he snowballs out of control. And Yan will take the 2-0. Will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Crazy. My god. Yan, calm down. GG, well played. Very impressive play here out of Yan. Again, he had a solid lead early on, but then Master did recover. He was able to max out. If you recall, Master, he had a bank. He had like 2k bank, and he was maxed. Alas, I do feel like he should have tried to transition out of a ground-based army once too many Liberators arrive. I mean, he was doing a good job at keeping the Liberator count low, but once they hit critical mass, then, I mean, you're forced into Sky Toss, and Master was never really working in that direction. He was just sticking with a ground-based army. He was doing okay for himself, but in the end, he was outpositioned. In the end, he lost his observers, he lost his map vision, and he lost his map control. Did lose control of the map. GG, well played. Yan will advance on, and now we have our TVT finals. Let's go. We have our 2 finalists. It's going to be Yan versus Inexorable. Oh boy. And I don't know who to favor here. I mean, they're both quite comparable in skill. I feel like Inexorable has been more active and has been more consistent. That is true. I will stand by that. But with this result coming in, Yan is looking more impressive. Like he's been a little bit absent over the past year. Yan, he hasn't been the most active player, but whenever we see him, he's looking strong, and this could go either way. This could go either way. I feel like My head says Inexorable, but my heart says Yan. It's hard to pick between the two. Regardless, Yan, he has had a very strong performance here tonight. He brought down Dorminoko, he brought down Master. Arguably, Yan had a harder road to the finals. And now we're getting ready for those grand finals. We are getting ready. As vetoes are underway. And as a reminder as well, this is going to be a best of 5. Best of 5 TVT between Inexorable and Yan. There can only be one. Only be one here. That's catching up. But again, I'm just really impressed by Yan. I'm really impressed here by his play. And we'll see if that translates to TVT. I mean, we were able to see Inexorable earlier against Kamikaze. Kamikaze, though, is a very different kind of player. Again, going for often more Kamikaze play style, just massive doom drops and hyper-committed play all over the place. Yan, I'm sure, will take a different approach. This might even be a very long series. I mean, it's a best of 5, that is true, but we might have just a more macro approach from both sides as well. Oh no, we might be here for a while. Not like this. As for now, our players are conducting those vetoes, and I guess we have a short break. I guess we're going to have a short break here before the grand finals. Again, a shout out to Cosmos for hosting this event, for organizing, and for bringing it all together. Again, Cosmos, he's casting in Portuguese, he's casting in Brazilian, over on his own personal channel. And as thanks to Cosmos, we're able to cast in English. Gracias, Cosmos. Obrigado, obrigado. Hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. And again, we're going to be going on that short break. When we come back, we will have the grand finals. That TVT, it's coming. It will soon be upon us. See you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to Los Gran Finales, back to the grand finals of the Code for Giants Cup number 12, your Brazilian tournament. We have had a pretty intense tournament so far. We've had some ups, we've had some downs. It's been a long event already, and now we are here. We have made it to the grand finals. It all ends here with a Terran champion. But who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? For in the chat, predictions now open. Place your bets on who you believe will be the champion this week. Will be one Terran or the other. Best of luck. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran, the red Terran player representing Team Hellfire. It is Yan. We go. Again, we were able to feature Inexorable earlier against Kamikaze in a TVT, but it was a very different kind of TVT as well. Kamikaze was just hyper aggressive, was constantly in his face, had some unorthodox builds, and Inexorable was able to survive the aggression. Yeah, it was a wild game though. It was a wild series. It was a very wild series. Did go the way of Inexorable in the end. Meanwhile, Yan, he has yet to be tested against the Terrans this week. So we'll see how he does perform. For now, double gas. Double gas open out of Yan, double gas out of Inexorable. It makes sense on a small map like this, on a small map like Ghost River. It's quite risky and quite greedy to go for a Rax Expand, so neither player goes for an economic opener. Both players are going for a faster factory. Now this can lead into Reactor Reaper Hellion, can lead into Cyclones, can lead into early tank production, into an early tank drop. There are options. There are options here for both of these Terran players with how they want to approach this. What do they go for? We're here to find out. We are here to find out. Otherwise, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. As we're nearing the end of the broadcast. One series left. One best of 5. Uno más. Yeah. Once again, I didn't get much sleep last night. I forgot that we had an event this morning until a little bit later. Not too much sleep, but we're good. We're good to go. We're good to go. As we do see Inexorable getting punished. Was the initial Reaper opener here by Yan. Did go for the second Reaper. Doesn't quite get the Reaper kill, but does zone Inexorable away. Inexorable did open up Reaper into Reactor Reaper instead. As we do see Yan just take control, getting to his own Cyclone and being more defensive initially. Meanwhile, Inexorable's being more aggressive. What's he going for? He's going for Reactor Reaper Hellion. This is designed to bust into a mineral line to get into, just delay the expansion or get into some economic damage. Inexorable should be the aggressor here. So he does move out. Yan behind this has the first Cyclone. Interesting that he's going Cyclone into Hellion behind this instead. Marine production has begun. No safety marker on the low ground. Inexorable has potential for now, just taking a defensive stance, just building up, waiting for an extra wave of reinforcements. There it is. 2 more Reapers and another Hellion are on the way. He's getting up to 5 Reaper, 3 Hellion. A very aggressive build here by Inexorable. His goal here is to just break the natural, to break through this defensive line and deal some economic damage. We'll see if he can. Here we go. He pulls the trigger. Moving out across the map. Back at home, what do we have? We have a Cyclone in the main, 2 Marines in the main base. The army is split. The army is split, and Inexorable can't take advantage of that. Gets a Marine. 1 Marine goes down. Pushing into the natural, getting into the mineral line. Mule falls as well, and so many SCV kills. Oh my god. 5, 6, 7 SCV kills. 8 SCVs and a Mule, and he can trade with the main army, going for the Cyclone. He's snowballing out of control, and it looks like just like that, Inexorable, he will. He can just take it here and now. There's 1 tank left. And the tank, it looks like it's going to go down as well, just barely. And this is critical damage. The economy has been crippled. The army has been crippled as well. There's still 2 Hellions left, getting what little is left here at the natural. Another Mule, another SCV. Ay. And this was not meant to kill, by the way. This was meant to get economic damage. That is true, as we were mentioning. Unfortunately, Yan was just out of position. Yan, his army was split, so his forces were weakened as a result. On top of that, he didn't get eyes on the main army moving out, so he didn't know to be in position. Has 12 SCV kills, and Inexorable getting a third CC on location. And he's miles ahead. He's up in economy, he's up in army. His Ravens have arrived. And he's even taking a chance and going for the third base at the third location. Crazy. I mean, may as well. Now, all Inexorable has to do from here is play safe. That's all he has to do. He has a lead. He just has to maintain the lead. And you can see him here in the main. He has one tank in position. Second tank's on the way. He just has to chill, calm things down, and settle into the mid game. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the flip side of things, Yan is... I was going to say he's all in. He's quite committed here. He either has to go for an all in, or he has to be hyper greedy and also go into a third base on location and like get a fast fourth CC, or play mech and throw down a second factory and slow things down. Yan does have some comeback potential, but there's a lot of pressure on him. The onus is on Yan to bounce back. And what's it going to be? Going for the add-on swap. Tech Lab on the racks tells us it's not going to be mech, it's going to be bio. Should be stim. Speaking of stim, already on the way here for Inexorable. Scans Inexorable, he confirms the production. Now we can see it's going to be Viking production, not Medivacs for Yan. Interesting. Going for the Vikings. Third TC tells us it's not going to be an all-in. Yan is going to try to play this out. Bold move. Bold move out of Yan. Inexorable, he does move out. His third base getting up and running. Inexorable has quite an army to work with, and because he has triple Raven, he can disable every single tank. I say that there's 4 tanks. That's a lot of tanks. But now rotating over. The army does commit in. Tanks do on siege. They pull back. Inexorable trying to get in position. The tank line is looking brutal here. Yanni does hold. And Inexorable doesn't have to push in. That's the thing here. He already has a third. It's already saturated. All he has to do is contain. Just contain Yan on 2 bases. And from here, Inexorable, he can get a 4th CC and get into 2-2 upgrades. Again, just calm things down and macro up. There's no pressure on Inexorable to do any more than that. Now Yan can still take a good fight. He's got triple Raven of his own, so he has disable potential. Even being down in armor supply, he can try to outposition his opponent. It is still possible. But again, the pressure is on. Rocks are being knocked down. Yan is aware. I hope he's aware as he moves out. As Inexorable moves in, Yan is the first to siege. But here come the disables. Mass disable on all the tanks. The counter disables though. The Marines, they stim in. Upgrades are in favor of Inexorable, and he just snowball out of control. He breaks through the defensive line. GG gets called, and Inexorable takes game number 1. GG. Inexorable does take a lead here, does take the first game. Again, he snowballed out of control with his opener, if you recall. It was Reactor Reaper Hellion. It was 5 Reapers and 3 Hellions, and he was able to catch Yan with his pants down. Yan was out of position. He lost his army. He lost his economy. He lost everything to the first push of Inexorable. GG. GG, well played. With that, Inexorable, he just had to play it out safely. He had to just calm things down. He got his third base on location. He got his third base fully saturated. Then he hit with 1-1 upgrades. GG. GG, well played. We're now jumping into game number 2. Jumping into that second game. It's going to be on Alkione. Now, I don't imagine that Inexorable is going to be going for the same build 2 games in a row. I feel like a big strength of that build as well was the fact that it was on Ghost River, so the rushes by ground is quite short, it's quite small, so it hits that much harder. On a larger map like Side Delta or like Alkione, or even Golden Aura, then I would not quite expect that same opener. I imagine Inexorable is going to be mixing it up. And Yen will have a little more freedom in the early game, and will have a little more potential to have a back and forth mid game. Or Yen could be the aggressor himself. True, true. Could be Yen instead. I mean, this map is not a bad map for a proxy, is what I will say. We've seen many a proxy racks in TBT on this map. Just because how large it is, the Terran player is prone to opening up economically, and if they do, I mean, you can cheese them out. Does happen. But here we go, we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Hellfire. It is Yen. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. And as I just mentioned, this map is far more larger than Ghost River, which means the likelihood of us opening up economically is higher here on this map. And there's no proxy. There's no SCVs out on the map. There is no proxy racks from either player. So we can ease our way in and settle down. Can settle things down. Oh, I say that, so we do have a double gas opener out of Yen. Meanwhile, economic opener out of Inexorable. It's going to be a Rax expand, so Inexorable is going to be taking a more defensive stance here in game number 2. Yen is going to be the aggressor. Now, this is not an all-in by any means. It's just a faster factory, can lead into Reactor Reaper Hellion, can lead into Cyclones. In general, Yen though should be the offender, and Inexorable the defender. SCV dips in, does get eyes on the factory. Inexorable is aware. And he knows. Likewise, CC on the low ground for Inex. Reaper does spawn in, does shut down the SCV. Reactor is on the way. I mean, after what just happened in game 1, it's possible that Yen just feels like he can do the same. He might just feel like he wants to embrace the same kind of opener himself with Reactor Reaper. Meanwhile, Winix does shoot first. Oh, he shoots first. He does say a lot of damage, and he will bring down the first Reaper. Oh, this should not have happened. Up. Oh, doesn't get away. Ay. And it was going to be Reactor Reaper Hellion, and the first Reaper going down is brutal. A lot of the momentum stripped away from Yen. Not like this. Again, the power of this kind of opener is as you build up the units over time, as you build up your Reapers, you can get across the map, you can get so much more done. Okay, it's just the one Hellion. Just one Hellion into Cyclone. Yen is calming things down and building up. It might also be because he lost the first Reaper, he's going to deviate away, and he's only making 2. Only 2 Reapers. Then into Marine, into Cyclone, into Medevacs, into a longer game. So Inexorable, he has defended. He is saturating his natural. Getting to his own 1-1-1. Yen is going for initially a Tech Lab on the Starport, going for a Raven first. With a Raven opener. Hellion Reaper moving out. They do hit the natural, but there's a Cyclone. Inexorable does defend. There's just not much to stop him. Yen will at least catch a Reaper. Behind this, getting into early tank production. So Yen will have the tank lead. Tank just now on the way for... it's going to be a slight tank lead for Yen. Getting into Ravens, getting into his auto turrets. To his disable. Yen slipping into the main. Will get an SCV, not bad. Gets one. Looking to get two. Two SCVs go down. 3 SCVs even. So pretty good damage here from Yen. Likewise across the map, Cyclone Jump going for 3. No shot! Gets the Raven! Raven does fall for a Cyclone. Very well worth it here. Nice trade for Inexorable. Was worthwhile. Raven losses this early on are brutal. Like, Ravens, they have so much utility in TBT. I mean, we saw it in the last game. Ravens, they can make or break a fight for you. But the first Raven already going down. Ay, ay, ay. That should not have happened. Now Yen is up against the wall. Third CC on the way for Inexorable. Likewise now being thrown out for Yen. Just a couple of seconds later. Not too long. But I mentioned before that because this map is so large, like macro setups and macro games are a little more commonplace, and that's what we're getting here. So we are experiencing, so we can settle in. On top of that, losing a Raven most likely is also forcing a more macro game out of Yen. Inexorable dropping into the main, designed to scout more than anything, and Inex will get eyes on the third CC. We'll even delay it, we'll try to, with his tanks. Yeah, there are tanks to defend. Doesn't touch the CC. Inexorable moving out, getting in position to deny the third. That's all he really needs to do. Medevac goes down. Inexorable diving into the natural. Army's out of position. First tank gets disabled. Order turret gets thrown down. Ooh, and Yen completely out of position. One tank falls. The CC as well. No shot. Can he get the kill? The counter disables. Counter disables are coming in. Tank boys going up. Another tank goes down. And the boys are being pulled. Looks like Yen, he will defend. He will clean this up. But for a cost. Oh my god. At the cost of 17 SCVs. He saves the expansion, but was it worth it? I mean, he's alive. He scans ahead of time. He spots the would-be third base, and Yen, he has to counterattack, but he doesn't really have much to work with. Does have Vikings at least. Staying back home. Does stay back home, trying to get his own third. He's down 14 workers. The Raven count was reset. Both players lost all their Ravens. Yen at least has the Viking lead. And I believe the tank lead as well. Yeah, does have the tanks. Scan reveals the army positioning. Lack of third base. Inexorable probably feels good about this. It's feeling good, feeling safe, feeling secure. Here we go. And is now expanding. A very late expansion here from the Red Terran. Inexorable ready for his own kind of drop. And just like the previous game, like, there's no pressure. Like, there's no pressure on Inexorable to move out. He can just chill. He can just calm things down, settle into 3 bases, get a 4th CC, soon to be on location. Inexorable is still moving out, though. The upgrades are evening up. 1-1 finishing up for Yen. He has a nice tank spread. Breaking this is not going to be easy. And Inexorable, if he overextends, like, he can lose that. He can lose that lead. Want to push into those tanks. Double drop into the main base. Will unload. Not many Marines to respond. At the the same time, Inexorable, he thinks about the dive. Meanwhile, Marines, they get into the mineral line. Not again. Ooh, so many SCV kills. Boys are being pulled. Workers are going down. And this is well worth it. Oh my god. Critical damage. 21. 21 SCV. 23. 23 SCV kills. He's not done. 24. And the main army pulls back home. Again, there's no reason to push up this ramp. There's no reason to push into this tank line. 25 SCV kills. Medevacs survive. They get out. And Inexorable, he is miles ahead at this point. Again, the only thing he's vulnerable against is an all-in. And Yan, he has to move out. Like, there's no macroing out of this. Not after how many losses? 41 SCVs! 41 SCVs throughout the course of this game. Crazy! He's moving out. And again, he is up in Vikings. So he can make use of this tank army. But the longer this goes on, the worse and worse it becomes for Yan, as he's already almost maxed out. It's like, oh my god. I don't know if I can see this move out really working, but I mean, that's the only option. That's all we can do. Outside of a Doom Drop, true, right? Like, if we were casting Kamikaze, I mean, we could Doom Drop into the main and pull something else off, but there's a ring of turrets here in the main base as well. There's no way in. Inex is ready. His own main army moving out. Stims in. The tanks are unsieged. He's going to get at least 3. These 3 tanks go down. He stims in, spreads out his army, avoids the tank shots, and he cleans up everything. GG gets called. Inexorable takes a 2-0 lead in the grand finals. GG. Oh my god, Pappy. Very impressive stuff here by Inexorable. Again, he had a bit of a stronger start. Able to deflect the aggression of Yan, and able to pull him apart as well. He was threatening a drop into the main, if you recall. He found an opening at the natural, and he was able to just wreak havoc, deal critical damage, and did the opposite afterwards, where he was kind of trying to distract at the third, and then snuck into the main base with a double drop as well. Just both times dealing critical economic damage, just getting himself further and further ahead. And now suddenly, we're in game 3, and Inexorable needs one game to become our champion. And I know that Yan can fight back. I know that he can make a series out of this, but the problem is, of course, that both these games so far, Yan has been falling behind economically. He's been having a hard time keeping up with the movement, whether it's job play, whether it's counterattacks. We have seen Inexorable just pop off time and time again and just create these opportunities, create these openings for himself. Like, Yan just hasn't been able to settle into the mid game. Like, I'm sure he wants to get into like 3 base versus 3 base and like these bio armies, these tank positions and these move outs, but we just haven't gotten there. Not yet. Meanwhile, looks like Inexorable, he's asking for a break. Understandable. I mean, it's a best of 5. We're 2 games in, so that we are more than happy to accommodate. But our players are asking for a moment, so we may as well just go on a short break. Yeah, it's been intense though. Been intense. When it comes to today's broadcast, I believe this is our only cast today. Quickly checking, we don't have anything else later on. Wardy is hosting a tournament in the evening. He's hosting the Wardy Invitational, so there's that at least going on. And our next cast should be the Pond cast tomorrow. So we're going to be hosting the Pond cast tomorrow. That is our weekly kind of podcast of StarCraft 2. You know, we do go over the events of the week, going over all the scores, all the results, and all the news as well. We had a lot of roster changes and a lot of players leaving teams and joining teams last week, and there's a lot to go over this week as well. We had Streamer Zone recently pick up a bunch of players, and many other news. You know, we have Zombie Grub organizing and creating a Kickstarter to host, to fund documentaries, which is really fun to go over. I mean, I don't want to say that we prompted it last week, but we did have a discussion about documentaries last week, just because of the Clem Comeback Kid trailer that was released. So we were discussing documentaries and how we don't really have them anymore in StarCraft. It's been a very long time, and there's so much history to go over. And then suddenly, 1 week later, Zombie Grub did announce that she's intending to make documentaries or interviews or, like, you know, kind of chronicle the history of StarCraft herself. So, yeah. Is it because of us? Probably not, but but you know what? It's in line with the narrative. You know, it all flows together. Beautiful. Regardless, here we go. We're getting into our next game. Potentially the final game of the series, as spawning in the top right-hand corner. So what I'm getting at is there's a lot to talk about tomorrow. It's going to be a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss. But spawning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran, down 0-2 in this series. He needs to fight back here and now to create a series out of this, to extend the series and get into Game 4, potentially have an ace match in Game 5. The pressure is on. It is Yan. We go. We goes. We are settling in. It is going to be double gas opener out of Inexorable. Meanwhile, we have a Rax expand out of Yan. So for the first time this series, Yan is going for something more economic. He is looking to take a faster CC on the low ground. Meanwhile, Inexorable with the double gas opener can lead into something more aggressive. Now, the last time we saw Inexorable go double gas, it was on Ghost River in Game 1, and Inexorable did go into Reactor Reaper Hellion, and he snowballed out of control in the early game. He was able to deal critical damage. He basically set himself up for success with the initial aggression. SV Scout comes in, and Yan does confirm. Now, this doesn't have to be Reactor Reaper Hellion. This can lead into faster Banshees, faster tank production, can lead into like a 2-base all-in with like double Starport, like Mass Viking. There's a lot of options here for Inexorable, but at least Yan is aware of that, and he's aware that he has to take more defensive stance. There we go. Bunker on the low ground. So Yan playing very carefully, very safely. Bunker is on the way. A big reason for this is because Yan is only making one Reaper. Just the one Reaper into Marine production. Marines are very fragile units this early on. To hold their own, they need that bunker. Without it, they're going to just fall over. They will topple over. Meanwhile, it's the same build. Reactor Reaper Hellion, let's go. It is the same build as we saw on Ghost River. 2 Reapers are scouted, already a bit of a tell. I mean, this could just be a double Reaper opener. And even if it is Reactor Reaper, it could just be 2 Reapers and one Hellion. If you remember, this is what Yan went for in the previous game on Akio. So Yan still only has a piece of the puzzle. The bunker is scouted. Hellion Reaper just avoids the bunker, heads into the mineral line. 1 SCV goes down. For 1 Reaper. 2 Reapers even. Very nice control out of Yan. It will shut Inexorable down. So even though Inexorable is going to be reinforcing, suddenly his army is that much weaker. We're missing 2 Reapers. They just got picked up. So a nice defense here out of Yan. He's holding quite nicely. He may have lost the worker, but it was worth it. It was a better trade for the Red Terran. Meanwhile, a shout out to Zoners in the chat. Oh my god. Pappy. Thank you so much, Pappy God. Thank you so much for resubscribing with Twitch Prime for 2 months in a row, for 4 months in total. Gracias. Thank you so much, Pappy. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you enjoy the content, the casting, and the StarCraft. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it, as Inexorable does pull back, does get the hell out of here. Does pull back home, is now taking expansion, a much later expansion compared to Yan. And he's going into his own Raven production. Both players are. So the game will progress, and Yan, for the first time in this series, Yan has an economic lead. Crazy. Let's go. It's crazy as wild. He's up in economy. Meanwhile, we do have Inexorable moving out. Going for a Hellion Cyclone drop into the main. But alas, our Cyclones are lying in wait. Yan, he's ready for this. Yan is in position. Inexorable attempts to dive. But he should be punished. He spots the Cyclones. He backs the hell off. He gets the hell out of here. Pulls away. Inexorable does pull away. Behind this, getting to his own tank Raven, third CCs in production for both players, and for the first time this series, it feels like an even game stage. Or I say an even game. It feels like Yen is ahead, and we're able to settle into a longer game, and we can have it back and forth. Both in game 1 and in game 2, we had Inexorable take early leads. This time, that is not the case. This time we have a very different dynamic. And on top of that, we're on Crimson Court. Oh boy, Crimson Court is known for longer macro games as well. The reason for this, I should go over some of the features of the map, is because of how defendable these fringe bases are. I'm referring to this base here on the left and on the right hand side. To apply pressure and to be aggressive here on these bases, you have to knock down rocks, you have to mine through minerals, you have to rotate over, and I mean these areas, there are choke points as well, there are ramps. It is very easy on Crimson Court to wall up, wall off, and cut the map in half. As a result, we've seen a lot of late game on Crimson Court. Once we settle into the mid game, it's not so difficult to head in towards the late game as well. Likewise, because of how distinct the attack paths are, it can be quite difficult catching your opponent off guard, as it can be a lot easier to get eyes on these very specific kind of like crossroads and attack paths to spot army rotations. Speaking of, I mean, Inexorable, he's got his Reapers in position. Yan does initially move out. At least the Cyclones are spotted. Catching out both Reapers. The drop does somehow slip into the main though. Does slip in, doesn't get many SCV kills. They do line up. Tempting. A lot of lost mine time here in the main. Drop towards the natural. More SCVs going down. Yen otherwise distracted. Late to respond. And Inexorable, he will get a couple of SCV kills, but nothing too major. 5 SCVs. 5 workers go down. Alas, Yen still has a worker lead. I mean, thanks to the initial economic opener, the pressure has been on Inexorable to get some damage done. Third base is now being taken, and again, Yan, he does have that slight economic edge. Oh, god damn it. I apologize, I didn't notice, I don't think my brain wanted me to notice, but on top of being ahead economically, and on top of the fact that we're on Crimson Court, which is known for its late game macro game, it's mech. It is mech, it is mass tank production for Yan. He gets 5 SCVs across the map. Yan has a 10 worker lead. More than a 10 worker lead at this point. He's prioritizing high-sec auto track. No! He's prioritizing high-sec auto tracking. From here, he can go into Neil Steel frames. He's walling up. He's walling up. He's walling off. He's turtling his heart out. Getting into mass tank, double armory, double upgrades, and Inexorable, he's pushing in. Can he break Yen ahead of time? Uh-oh. Can he pull this off? Tanks, they do on siege in time. They do pull away, but the CC's under fire. CC's under threat. But last, because of the tank line, Inexorable, he cannot gain ground. Yeah, the Ravens are zoned away by the Vikings. 1 Raven goes down. High energy Raven as well. Did have a lot of energy. Another tank falls, and Yen holds. Yen, he resets the tank count. He defends his third base. Sure, he lost mining time, but he didn't lose much more than that. Inexorable looking for another way in. Does disable, but I don't think he can pull this off. He's trying to force his way up the ramp. He disables 3 tanks, but yeah, it's not enough. Yen holds, and Yen is getting further ahead. He shuts down the main army. He still has the better economy. And Inexorable, he was just too committed there. He overextended. He lost too much. And suddenly, Inex, he's in a rough spot. Now, a couple of things here. On the one hand, there is going to be a window. There's going to be a timing available. This 1-1 upgrade timing where Yen can just move out across the map. But it's also possible, especially with this double expansion, that Yen might just turtle. He might just turtle and max out. Now, this will give Inexorable the chance to recover, because Yen isn't punishing him. Inexorable, he lost so much supply in that attack. He was forced back home. He is vulnerable. Yan is not going to capitalize on that. I don't think he is. We'll see. Does unsiege. I'm curious if he... Nah, okay, never mind. I was like, I'm curious if he moves out, but you can see he's just repositioning. He's spreading out his army. Doom drop towards the right-hand side. Turrets are finishing up just in time. Yan is in position to defend the center base. Yeah, Yan is just turtling up. He's just walling up. Now, this drop won't be able to gain access to the main, but it can actually drop the third. There's a nice position here to take down the gas guys or get a couple of SCVs. Does Inexorable commit?
The add-on is finished, so you have no excuse not to build some.
Fun fact, Inexorable, he's the only other player as one medevac goes down. So he's the only other player that I see that has Total Biscuit as the announcer. The only one. Drop does come in. It's 5 SCV kills. Gets a tank. Gets one, but doesn't. Oh, does get two. 2 tanks go down. 3 tanks go down. So not a bad trade here as he's even denying some of the upgrades. Oh, can he finish and deny +1? Takes down the Vikings, denies the upgrade. Very nice pickoff. Almost gets a second armory. Not bad. Inexorable, he gets good damage. Did lose some SCVs across the map. But that was what? That was 9 Vikings. That was 3 tanks. And 8 SCVs. But now he's vulnerable to a counterattack. And here comes Yan. He's up in army supply. He's up in economy. He's up in every which way. The pure tank army has arrived. And what can Inexorable do about it? He's gonna have to pull the boys. He stims in. The boys are being pulled. Massive tank boys going off. Yan, he can clean up a good amount of tanks. But can he clean up all of them? It looks like he can. Oh my god. 10 SCV kills. He barely gets the final tank. Do we get an auto turret? We do. Auto turret gets thrown down. Oh, 15 SCV kills though. GG gets called. It's just too much. And Yan, he fights back. He puts a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Yan, he's able to recover, able to stabilize, able to have a much stronger start in game number 3, able to embrace mech, able to get ahead economically, and Inexorable, he overextended, if you recall. He did overextend, he did overcommit, he lost too much, and he got like 1 or 2 tanks. He really didn't get much at the third base. Things swung heavily in favor of the Red Terran, of Yan. And now we have a series, we have it back and forth. Now, what I will say is that mech is arguably strongest on Crimson Court. I think Crimson Court is one of the best, if not the best map for mech. Outside of that, though, that's where I'm curious as to the vetoes, and I'm curious as to the map order. Ooh. As the next game is going to be on Post-Youth. Interesting. Post-Youth is more open. Post-Youth is a little bit more vulnerable when it comes to taking your 4-base setup. So it's not going to be as easy to embrace mech here. We'll see how Yan mixes it up. We'll see how Yan does approach this. So we are jumping into game number 4. And at least we have a back and forth. That's all I wanted. A back and forth series here. Yan showing that he can pose a threat to Inexorable, especially if he's able to have a strong start. He's like, how do you like it? Being a head-in worker, it's crazy. So now getting into Post-Youth. Again, a bit of a smaller map, shorter rushes by ground. There are goal bases, there's the in-base hybrid base as well, of course, with the high-yield minerals. Do we mech it up again? As spawning in the top left-hand corner, top right-hand corner of Post-Youth, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Hellfire. It is Yan. go. We have our TBT. We have our series as well, thankfully. Back and forth. Going to be loading into Post-Youth. Again, one of the big features. Oh my... Oh, as Yen has to calm down. A little bit nervous there. Does accidentally pull all the boys towards the mineral patch, towards the gas geyser. Hopefully he can bring it all home and bring it together. Double gas. Interesting. Okay, double gas opener out of Inexorable, double gas out of Yen as well. What I was going to say is that we do have the in-base natural, so you can be a little bit more greedy here. It is a very defendable natural because it's a part of your main. So we have a pocket base essentially, or just like an in-base base, if that makes sense. Yeah. In-base base. So because of that, you can be quite greedy here. We can see, though, that both players are being careful. It looks like they may be anticipating proxies. This is not an uncommon map for proxy Raxes, just because there's a couple of different ways to get into the main base as well, with this Reaper Cliff here on the right, or both Reaper Cliffs even. Meanwhile, it's going to be Reactor first. Bold move. Okay, so it's going to be Reacted Reaper out of Yen. Meanwhile, Inexorable going Rax into faster Factory. Slightly faster. As the both players are going to be avoiding their natural bases for the time being. They will eventually expand, but until then, Reapers are moving out. SCV Scout towards the left-hand side. I say SCV Scout, I'm curious if Yen is planning to go for a proxy starport. He is. Yeah, the SCV is moving out with intentions. What are we planning, Bappy? Let's go. Show us the starport. Yen is being hyper committed. Factory is about to finish, and the starport is on the way. Okay, now we could take this in a couple of different ways. This could be for a proxy medevac to drop into the main with the Hellions to bypass the initial defense, or this could be Reaper Hellion on the right hand side to distract, and a proxy Liberator instead. As Yen is reactivating out those Reapers, making those Hellions. He's amassing an army. I feel like because there are so many Hellions, it should be medevac, right? Should be a Hellion drop into the main with Reapers that can just jump off the Reaper cliff. What's it going to be? Oh, nope, it's going to be the Liberator. Okay, it's going to be the other option. The other option. So Liberators instead. Regardless, the goal here is to get some economic damage, just to cripple Inexorable. We'll see if he can. You can see Inexorable just getting ready here at his own main. Reactivating out Reapers himself, going into Mass Hellion. Both players, in a way, opening up the same, except Yen is more committed with the Proxy Liberator. Inexorable expanded. Yen is on one base. Yen is essentially one base all in. So one base all in here from the Red Terror player is now expanding, but this is a very delayed expansion. Damage needs to be on the armies. They miss each other. Uh-oh. The armies do pass by. And we could end up in a base trade. The base trade is upon us. Inexorable, he hits the main base. So does Yen. Liberator has arrived. Boys being pulled away. At the same time, Inexorable, the wall is open. And he busts in. He busts into the mineral line. SCVs are falling. Meanwhile, the wall is standing strong for Inexorable back at home. He's defending. And the workers are lining up. Oh my god, massive Hellion shots. The barbecue is real. SCVs are going down at the same time. Oh, he mined through the minerals. Uh-oh. That was not intentional, I don't think. Inexorable, he mined through the minerals. The Cyclone is going to fall as well, but there is a Raven. There are auto turrets. Boys are being pulled. 22 SCVs going down across the map. Auto turret has arrived. Oh, is that a range though? Oh my god, and every single SCV is falling. Both players, they don't have any economies. The economies have been crippled. And again, Inexorable gets some miscontrol. And who do we favor here? I mean, on the one hand, GG gets... I was going to say, Inexorable, he's up on bases. He has a Cyclone. GG gets called. Inexorable, he will come out on top with the base trade. He will come out and he will be our champion. He will be our victor for Code for Giants Cup number 12. GG. A very chaotic game state. GG, well played. Oh my god, going for a base trade again. Yen was completely all in there. Likewise, Inexorable, he was up in economy. He just had to buy time. Unfortunately, Inexorable, he mined through the mineral patches, so he was left exposed. He was left vulnerable. And Yen was able to likewise cripple the economy, but Yen had to do more. He had to do more than that. And Inexorable, he barely did hold, barely did defend. GG. GG, well played. Crazy. Crazy game. And congratulations to Inexorable, but a shout out to Yan, because Yan did not go down without a fight. Again, Yan was able to pop off on Crimson Court. Some of these other games as well were more decided by the early game aggression out of Inexorable. If you recall, he was able to get ahead early on in the economy by crippling his opponent with Reactor Reaper Hellion, with outpositioning him as well. Just really aggressive play out of Inexorable was just pulling Yan apart, never allowing him to settle into the mid game. He never got the only game he got into the mid game like in a good position was on Crimson Court. Was the game that he won. Outside of that, Inexorable was just all over him, was all over his face. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. Congratulations to Inexorable, and a shout out to Yen. Likewise, shout out to the top 4 as Master as well as Kamikaze did make it to the 3rd and 4th place respectively. Very well done. Congratulations, and with that, we are wrapping up here for the day. We're wrapping up for the day. We only have the one cast this morning. This started early on. Jesus, 4.5 hour cast. Once again, I didn't really get much sleep, but on the one hand, as I'm dying. Oh my god. I could go and get some rest. True, I could go and sleep. I could go and get some rest. But if you remember, I wasn't able to stream yesterday. I planned to. I was planning to stream yesterday, but I also got like 4 hours sleep yesterday. So after the Stegosaurus Cup, I did get some rest. I went to sleep. And I wasn't able to stream. And I don't want to miss out on streams too often. So it's probably not the best idea, because I'm a little bit sleep deprived and I'm tired. So I'm probably going to have a wall of red and lose a lot of games, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun. And I have been missing some ladder sessions. So after this cast, I'm going to be going live on my personal channel. I'm going to be laddering. Again, I'm a little bit tired. I'm not at 100%. So don't expect any wins. Don't expect for me to win any games. Nah. Wall of red, papi. We expect the MMR to tank. It'll be fine. It'll be fine, papi. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So I'm gonna be going to quickly get some food, get some water, just like a small snack or something, and then we will be jumping into a ladder session on my personal channel on light_VIP. Otherwise, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. If you want some more Brazilian StarCraft action, then we have you covered. Then we have you covered, of course, elsewhere. Then we have you covered in 2 weeks. This is a bi-weekly tournament, so every 2 weeks we have some code for Giants Cup for you. Every 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks' time, we'll have another event. Otherwise, if you want our next broadcast, it's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be the Pondcast. The Pondcast is our weekly talk show, weekly podcast going over the news and tournaments of the week in StarCraft 2, and also StarCraft adjacent news as well. So yeah, we do have another broadcast tomorrow. No casting, but at least, you know, a podcast, if you will, instead. So I hope you enjoy. We do go over everything that's been going on. So yeah, it is what we're going to be having tomorrow. Otherwise, if you want our next tournament cast, I think that's going to be over the weekend. Let me just double check here. But yeah, it's going to be over the weekend. We have the StarCraft Evolution League on Saturday, and we have Sparkling Tuna Cup on Sunday. So we have our weekly tournaments around the corner. Friday we have off, and again, Thursday we won't be casting. We're going to be hosting a talk show instead. So I will also be laddering those days. I should be having some ladder sessions, should be able to stream, and should be able to have some StarCraft in other ways. So that's the plan. That is the current plan. We'll also be playing some Final Fantasy over the weekend as well. Final Fantasy 14. We are playing through the story. So if you're interested in that, then you can tune in on at least Friday for some Final Fantasy action. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Again, a shout out to Inexorable for coming out on top. Oh my god. I just got a notification. I don't know what that is. As Hyper One, he redeems another replay? 2 replays, Hyper One. You're crazy. You're crazy. Ay, ay, ay. Insane. Este Hyper One. Grapes, man. But yeah, I might actually have a replay cast over the weekend, just because we have nothing like official scheduled. I might just have a dedicated replay cast instead. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. We do have some replays to go over, so may as well. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We have quite a bank, quite an amount of replays kind of stacked up here over the past couple of weeks. Two replays from Hyper One. We have a replay from ARJ Skater. I think a replay from Soundo as well. So we'll go over that. We will go over that over the weekend on Saturday. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it. I'm going to be heading off for the time being, and I'll see you guys over for a cheeky ladder session. See you guys over on my personal channel. Otherwise, thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Ciao. If you want, you can support us via following us on social media. ! Socials in the chat. You will get a link to our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. Likewise, you can support us on Patreon as well. All things CranKy Ducklings once again. Otherwise, see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, bye, ciao. See you next time.